what I'm getting ready to say now is just based off of memory. I don't have anything pulled up.
And we just having a discussion.
Yeah. Okay, so what is the issue with what I guess with what I said?
Okay. Number one, the issue with what you, hold on. Number one, the issue is what you can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay, the issue is okay, you're gonna have to mute. Let me hold on a second.
I have to mute.
Okay. Number one, the issue is what you said is that that you have, especially with IBMOR, it's a mixture of MGTOW, it's a mixture of Hebrew Israelite, a mixture of a whole bunch of people, right? Number one is that this is not a religious channel. I am a Black Gnostic. Very seldom do you hear me introduce my religion into any of my videos, is it? Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. And there are people that are atheists in this group. Do you hear them spouting their atheism?
No, I didn't spout any Christianity either.
Would Mark of the Beast, the man of sin? What is that?
That's a Luciferian doctrine.
No. Is that religion or is that not religion? Is that not Christianity? Is that not Christian eschatology? Is that not?
It's Luciferian eschatology.
Is that not Christian eschatology? Is that not?
It's taught in multiple areas of.
Is that not Christian eschatology? You got to remember, dude. I am 58 years old. My mother has been a Christian for about 75 years. Okay, I was raised in a Christian home.
Yeah, Christianity teaches that, but I mean, what's the point?
In other words, we
proselytizing.
Hold on a second. You asked me a question.
Okay.
You asked me a question. The reason that I do not introduce religion onto this channel is, one, to respect other people's right to have whatever religion or belief that they want. And number two is to keep down cat fights about religion. Those are the two reasons I don't do it. And the two reasons that I really don't allow it.
Okay, so by ignoring religion, you can possibly hurt people. Okay, if somebody's introducing something that has been taught, if somebody's introducing something that has been taught against, that is going to be detrimental to people for decades, for hundreds of years, and you just allow it to continue, allow people to accept it without saying anything, just because it's taught in religion, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, would make sense. Would make sense because you haven't gone. You can go to a MGTOW channel, introduce that, and then see how much and try to manage your comment section. Okay, because I've tried it.
Go to a MGTOW.
You go to a MGTOW where you have a whole bunch of atheists and try to spout that stuff and try to manage your comment section. You don't have to manage the comment section. I do.
No, I comment on a video. I'm not going to go to a MGTOW and just.
You're missing my point, dude. You're missing my point. This is not your channel. You don't have to manage the comment section, do you?
No, I don't have to manage the comment section.
Exactly. So whose channel is this?
It's yours.
Exactly. That's why I try to taper that and keep it down. If I wanted to introduce religion and religious beliefs about whatever it is, and it's all out there, and it doesn't necessarily have to be religious. Even in the video that you're talking about, the person who invented the technology was worried about what the moral implications of what she invented, right?
That's what they say, yeah. I mean,
no, dude. That's what they said. Is that what she said?
Yeah,
you can only go by what she said, right? Do you know the person? You know the woman personally?
That's what she said, but to think that
no. Do you know that woman personally?
No, I said that's what she said. Yeah.
Well, then you have to take her at her word because that's the information that's given, unless you know something different, right?
A lot more different. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Spot, what do you know? What do you know that's different about her and her invention? Go ahead, shoot.
Okay. What I know that's different about her and her invention. Well, number one, guaranteed it's not her invention. This technology has been around, as I said, since at least earliest that we know of in recent history, Operation Paperclip from the Nazi.
It's bullshit.
Okay, that's documented.
That's bullshit.
How is it bullshit when it's documented?
Because you were not able to do this to this level until IBM invented the atom picker in the late 1980s. That's
what they released to the public.
No. Well, you don't have any information to the contrary.
Yes, I do. That's the reason why I'm saying this.
Well, okay, go ahead. Go. No, you don't have to pull it up. Just spout. Go ahead and go ahead and give your.
Yeah, Operation Paperclip. They used all that technology from the Nazis. Those guys were in Antarctica, and they moved them over here, and they had been planning.
What?
What do you mean, what?
What? And there were those guys were in Antarctica.
Hold on. I'm explaining it. Why are you saying what?
Okay, go ahead. Okay, you got 5 minutes. Go. I'm not gonna say anything. In fact, I'm gonna mute myself.
It don't have to be 5 minutes. But the scientists that were working on the experimentation with the human genome were Nazis, and this is documented in the Operation Paperclip. That's at least one operation. Now,
citation.
Operation Paperclip.
Operation Paperclip was not working with the genome. Operation Paperclip was brought over. They brought most of what they brought over from Operation Paperclip was human experimentation, and basically what they really brought over was the Nazi scientists in rocketry and on the nuclear bomb, because those are the two entities. They were actually working on the stuff. So the whole bunch of people got brought over in Operation Paperclip, and it wasn't just about the human genome. The human genome, the genomes have been worked on since what was that? Mendelssohn in the 17th century.
Yeah,
the genome was not new.
Yeah, exactly.
And then until computers came about, until computers were powerful enough to actually map the doggone thing, which they didn't do until the mid-90s.
Well, they didn't release it to the mid-90s.
No, they don't. They couldn't map it. They couldn't map it. You didn't have the electron scopes. You didn't have the computer power to map the doggone thing and record the thing, and you didn't have the technology that you do now. The technology that you do now didn't come about till the late 80s and early 90s.
Okay.
That was actually developed because they needed better and better tools to make what? The microchip.
Okay, so let me
come out. If you want to know about Operation Paperclip and basically all the stuff that came out of it, all you have to do is listen to Dave Emery, because he's an expert in it. And everything that has to do with Nazis and Operation Paperclip and all, whether it's a myth, rumor, or whatever it is, you can go to his channel and go back in his archives. He's been talking about that since the mid-80s. Okay,
now let me contrast you with that. What you did not mention was the MK Ultra and the mind control.
He talks about that too, and that was CIA.
So now, yeah, they were all working in cahoots together. Okay, so this technology that they had way back in the 40s for MK Ultra and mind control, or whenever it was, they didn't release that. People didn't start knowing anything about MK Ultra and mind control till very, very recently. Now you can go and read about that anywhere.
They knew about MK Ultra and mind control back in the 50s.
I'm talking about the general public. Nobody in the general public.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I heard about MK Ultra and mind control back in the late 60s and 70s when it came about, because what's his name? The dude that was under Nixon, under Nixon that went crazy. He released all that stuff.
Okay, so he released that in the what? The 70s?
In the 70s. It was Nixon's Nixon's therapist, Daniel, was it Daniel Ellsberg? It might be Daniel Ellsberg. Okay, they released all that stuff.
All right, so they released it. Now, nobody in the general public knew. You might have known about it, but it was nowhere near YouTube videos and anybody.
Well, it can't be in YouTube videos because YouTube wasn't invented.
Exactly. And that's the reason why nobody knew about it.
No, the thing is, no, you didn't know about it because you're too young. We knew about it as an old man. It was common knowledge.
So it was common knowledge. MK Ultra was common knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. So it became common knowledge in the 70s, right?
In the 70s, yes.
Okay. So
It's
they
called
brought,
it's called it's called something that you guys don't really do a whole lot is reading.
right.
We
So,
read.
right. Okay. Um, so when did Operation Paperclip take place? Was it in the 70s?
Operation Paperclip took place. They brought them over in right after the fall of Germany, starting in 1946
Okay. So that was a lot.
after Nuremberg
That was a
patrols.
lot. So that was a lot earlier. That's my point. Okay.
They knew about Operation Paperclip in the 50s.
I'm talking about the MK Ultra mind control.
And
Okay.
MK Ultra mind control didn't happen until the late 50s and the 60s when the CIA closed down most of the experiments in 1964 because people knew about it. Why do you think they closed it down? Because it became public.
Okay. So so you're just admitting that they were doing it in secret.
People, in other words, it became public so people knew about it in the 60s.
Okay. So what you're saying is they were already doing it secretly, and then it was released.
And then somebody, a whistleblower, made it public in the 60s.
Exactly. Okay. So it was
So
still going on.
it's still going on, but in private institutions. But the thing is that people knew about it. What I'm trying to figure out is how you're saying that CRISPR and the likes of it, and she actually talked about how they used to get hybridizations and stuff like that with chemicals and radiation. She talked about it.
Yes. But my point is they were doing all of these experimentations prior to people knowing about it. Okay. So for me to sit here and say, well, for anybody to sit here and think that they just got this technology and that they're not just releasing it to the public because there are whistleblowers that are talking about it in a negative way, like myself, now they're coming out and they're broadcasting it to the world.
Well, you don't follow my channel, so you don't understand what's going on, do you? Why all of a sudden there's this big rush, the rush of release of all this particular stuff. CRISPR is new. CRISPR is new. Basically CRISPR was just invented, just as she said it was.
Okay, so let's say it was just invented.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if it's just invented, why is it going right along with the Luciferian doctrines and the satanic doctrines of having a person be genetically modified in transhumanism to become immortal or to become?
They've been talking about transhumanism since they've been talking about transhumanism since the 30s. Okay.
Yeah, been talking about it for thousands of years. I mean, but why is it
you want okay, then they've been because of the microchip. Okay, the microchips have become when the microchips started to become more and more because of Moore's law, right? So all the mathematicians and all the engineers actually wrote a scale. In other words, how much computing power do we need to replace the brain? And that's really the beginning of most of transhumanism. Was before that was about doing what? Putting the brain into a artificial body, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The new transhumanism is not about that. It's about merging the technology with the body you already have, which was not possible before the 90s. Because the level of your what your microprocessor or your circuits did not shrink down to the small enough level. Number one, your computing power was not powerful enough. Number two, and number three, the size that you can actually make the circuits and adapt them to the neurons of the brain hadn't evolved yet, until you had material science, you had nanotechnology, until you had Moore's law brought the computing level down enough to where you could actually do it. Then it wasn't possible. But all of a sudden in the 90s, because they did all the experimentation, all these things came together. Guess what? Now it can. And that's where basically started. And that started like in the mid 90s, because they were talking about it in the mid 90s, because all these techniques had just been developed. They're still not mature, but they just been developed. You can go if you really want to know about it. 'Cause I don't know if you're even old enough. If you go, if they actually release all the old Art Bell uh, early '90s and mid '90s archives, you would see that all these physicists, all these engineers, mathematicians, and whatnot were all talking about it in mid '90s because it was just starting to be possible. So it's very new. It's not 50 years old. It's very new. The idea was always there, but the technology was not.
Okay.
Technology is just starting to get here.
I'm not gonna do. Okay. Um, I won't debate that. But here's the thing: how could that be a good thing? What they're doing? How's that possible?
I didn't
Knowing,
see.
knowing,
Okay,
knowing
finish your
what
statement.
how could that be a good thing? Knowing what we know, the same people, these engineers and all these scientists and whatnot, who are destroying the human genome through the chemicals that they're putting in air.
Okay, well, that's not true.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How's,
Okay.
so,
Okay. Let me
so
let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. Real quick. Let me ask you a question. Let's do a thought experiment, a logic experiment, right?
okay,
We
let's
do a
do a
logic experiment real quick, right?
logic experiment.
Okay. Before the 20th century, how long was the average lifespan?
Where?
Anywhere in the world. Pick a country.
Well, the Japanese always live long.
No, 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 no. What was it? What was the average lifespan of a human being, even in the Japanese? What was the average lifespan?
Well, they were over 100. But if you're talking
No,
about,
no, no. I'm talking about average. We're not talking about. There's always been people that lived over 100. The average lifespan. What was it?
well, their average was way up there, past the 80s. Okay,
No, it wasn't. It was in the 40s, just like everybody else.
was it, man?
Look it up.
No, it
Look,
wasn't.
they have population. They have population pyramids all over the place. Look them up.
No, it wasn't, man.
Look it
Okay,
up. Look it
let's
up.
let's talk about America. Let's talk about
Well,
America.
we can talk about America. We can
Okay,
talk about America. What's the average lifespan in America in the in 1900?
in 1900,
Yeah,
in the 1800s to 1900s, it was about probably in the 50s, something like that, 40, 50.
40. It was actually 45 years old. That was the average lifespan.
Absolutely. Okay,
Huh?
so what's your point? Yeah, because
What is the average? What is the average lifespan today?
I don't know, about 70, 75.
78 years old.
Okay, is
So
that for a man?
how is technology destroying the human genome?
Okay, well, I'm gonna show you why were those people dying so early.
It's called bad food. Number one, hard work and disease.
Okay, so now where did these what type of diseases were they dying from? Oh,
Waterborne, foodborne,
exactly,
uh,
exactly.
because of their environment. So why aren't they dying of those diseases now?
Because of the environment. Now, how has the environment improved?
So let me ask you this. In other words, if what you're saying is true, right? Hold on a second. No. What if what you're saying is true? Should people be living longer or shorter lives?
Well, the life expectancy is going down. Okay,
Life expectancy is going down. Why?
because of the reasons I'm trying to explain. But first,
Okay,
let's
shoot.
first
Okay,
I'll
shoot.
go back and say why the life expectancy increased.
Mm-hmm.
Number one is sanitation, plumbing,
Mm-hmm.
clean
Mm-hmm.
water, these things
Mm-hmm.
of this nature.
It's called medicines, preventable diseases, all that kind of stuff, right?
Hold on, I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to the medicine. All of those, you got clean water. I mean, they had horses and stuff that were, had manure and stuff all over the roads and things of that nature. People getting sick, so they've cleaned that up. And then they started to have a revolution of medicine. They started to have a revolution in all types of healing modalities.
Mm-hmm.
Then Rockefeller and they started to their life expectancy started to increase. Then your Rockefellers and your guys that wanted to monopolize, they created the American Medical Association and they shut down dozens of other healing modalities that were helping, and they monopolized everything to what we have today, allopathic medicine,
Mm-hmm.
where the vast majority of people, I think it was like over 50%, I don't know exactly, but are on some type of pharmaceutical drug at this point in time. Now we're starting to see diseases that are harming people that we didn't see back in that day. We don't have diseases we don't have those diseases. We don't have people are not dying from drinking bad water anymore. People are not dying from yellow fever, from having contaminated food, because we've improved in that area. But you got diseases now that we've never seen before.
That's true. That's true. But if you look at this, hold on a second. I'm gonna ask you a question. If you look at the scoreboard, is there a big difference between 45 and 78?
Yeah, there's a big difference. But what I'm saying is it's going.
So the average lifespan. You know the reason that the average lifespan is going down in America? You know the real reason?
I know some of them. Yeah, tell me.
Okay, give me your top two. What are they?
I would say one of them is heavy metal toxicity. Okay, which I can prove through actual lab testing. And nutritional imbalances.
Okay, the reason that your life expectancy is going down, especially in the United States, is suicide and overdose of opioids. That's the reason your life expectancy for white men is going down. Everybody else is actually going up.
So the life expectancy for so suicide is the reason why the life expectancy.
Well, so white males are going down. And if you look any other place where life expectancy is going down, is because your civil society has collapsed, like it did in Russia, where you basically your society actually had economic collapse, and you have enough food and enough other stuff to actually keep these people alive. The reason that you're alive so long is because of the artificial environment. When that goes away, basically you're going to go back to the natural pattern.
Right. You know, I'm for a modern environment. But these diseases that people are getting are because of the environmental chemical toxins that they are putting in the environment, that they are putting in the food, and that they are putting in the air, and that they are putting in the water, and that they are putting in medicines.
So, in other words, if I were born today, compared to if I was born in 1900, who would you expect to live longest?
If you're born today, it's a toss-up. If you look at the, I don't know if you've read the latest, some of the latest medical information. It said that this generation being born today is the first generation that's expected to live shorter period to die.
I don't know what you're reading, but that's exactly wrong. Okay.
Oh well,
the thing is what they're struggling with.
We're reading different medical information.
It's all you have to do is look, dude. All you have to do is look. It's called stem cells. It's called biomedical. In other words, the millennial born today will probably live to be 120 years old.
That's we can exchange articles on that, because from what I've seen and
from what you believe, not what you've seen, what you believe.
Not what I believe. It's the information that I've seen, and it's from medical article.
Okay.
If you want me to pull it up, I can pull it up, but you know, I can send it to you. But this is what
you don't have to send it to me, dude. It's out there. It's already out there. They're already struggling with it. What do you think they're talking about? What do you think she's talking about? It's not whether they can be done, it's whether it should be done. It can be done already.
But I'm saying they created the issue. The problem with these diseases is these diseases never were seen until now. And the reason what they weren't seen is because we didn't have the level of toxins and heavy metals in the environment that we do now. So instead of removing those toxins and those heavy metals from the environment, they would rather go in and try to change, control you, change you.
Okay. Let's put it this way. If you're born in, say, let's put a good spot that still hasn't really been developed. If you're born in Angola which doesn't have all these heavy metals and toxins and whatnot. Your life expectancy is 50 years old.
They have an issue. They have the old issue that we used to have. They don't have the clean water. They don't have the systems where they have a group of people who specialize in farming, a group of people who specialize in cattle.
Exactly.
Exactly. But that's not a problem to me. I enjoy that. That's great.
So even with all our problems, or all the problems that you just mentioned, which are preventable by each individual person, by each individual person, even with the toxicity, people are still doing what? Living what?
When you're living with disease,
they're still living longer.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, like I just said, the children are the most unhealthy that they've been in generations because of the heavy metals and the toxins. And that's being put out into the atmosphere and into our food and all these types of things by these same people who, instead of trying to go in, change that and fix that problem, they want to go inside of our bodies to control our genetics.
Do you know why they're doing this now? Because you haven't been on my channel very long. You know why they're doing it now?
Yeah, I know why they're doing it now. You know, the Georgia Guidestones.
No, I'm talking. Well, I'm talking. We're not even getting out. We're not even get out into the Georgia Guidestones or basically the what we call it, how we can put it about it, the fringe. We're not even get out in the fringe. I've explained it. The reason that they're doing this now is because of one person. Okay.
Who? Donald Trump?
Nope. Donald Trump had nothing to do with it. I'm trying to remember the white guy's name. He actually took all the backdoor keys that the NSA and the CIA put in all the computers. All the computers. Edward Snowden actually took all those keys, and then what did he do? Where did he take them?
I don't know anything about the keys. I just know he whistleblower.
No, he's not a whistleblower. He took all that technology with him. Okay, and all those programs and knowledge, that technology with him on his laptop and a key drive. And where did he take them? He took them to China and Russia, right?
Oh, okay. So they're afraid that they're going to get the technology and use it.
No, they already have the technology. In other words, the thing is, let's put it this way. There's a very good quote that Jeremy Irons did in a movie called I'm trying to remember now. I can't even think of the movie now, but very quick quote. He says there's 3 ways to make money in this business, right? He said you be first, you be smarter, or you cheat. Which 3 are those? Which 3 are the better ways? Is the best way?
No, I mean,
be first.
Be first.
If Western Europe, United States, and all their information, all the technology, all their research has been compromised and it's gone someplace else, and you're sitting on it, and you don't want to develop it because of whatever moral implications you think there is. What's going to happen to your invention if you don't develop it?
Somebody else is gonna.
Somebody else will. So what choice do you? So what are you going to do? You're going to develop it, or you're going to sit on it and let somebody else do it before you do, and you're not going to make any money off of it.
Yeah, that's great and that's awesome.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Me personally, I'm going to develop it.
Exactly. That's why you see it.
Yeah, but their mentality is not the same as
it doesn't matter what their mentality is. We're not even questioning their mentality. We're questioning. We're talking about the reality that's on the ground. That's how come I post this kind of stuff. So not for people to spaz out about the morality of it. The morality of it doesn't have anything to do with it. When an army comes in and they drop white phosphor over a city to kill people, do they worry about the morality of it?
No,
they just do it, right? And the people on the ground can say, well, it's immoral to drop white phosphor on it that's killing us and our babies in this horrific manner. It's going to be done. Either you get the fuck out of the way of it, or do you do what? Die.
So we just accept our destruction is what you're saying? I don't get it.
What I'm saying is, I'm warned. This what the video is about, and why I don't like you insulting my subs is the video is about is warning them that this stuff is out there, it's there, it's already being done, and you have to adapt to the environment of it, one way or another.
So you're against CRISPR?
CRISPR, I'm not against CRISPR, just like any other tool. It can be used for good, just like she said, or it can be used for not good.
Okay, so who in their right mind would actually think that they would use it for good?
People that want to make money.
Exactly.
If people have cancer or some other disease, and CRISPR can help them get rid of it, is that good or is that bad?
It's great. But
so is CRISPR good or bad?
Horrible. It's terrible.
Why?
Because it's in the hands of evil people. Do you think
in other words, you're a religious person, right? I assume.
Yeah, you can say that.
So do human beings have both good and evil in them?
Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah. So you put the hands in the hands of human beings that have good and evil in them. You put it in the hands of what? Good people and bad people, right?
To an extent, yeah.
Yeah.
But
because they're what? Because they're human.
There's an extent to that, though. You see, the same people who've been promoting Agenda 21 for all these decades are the same people that have their hands on this technology, and their whole goal is to destroy as many people as possible.
Really?
Why do you think Bill Gates is in Africa killing all these Africans with these vaccinations? Because he wants to help them? Come on, man.
If they want to kill people,
they'd be doing it, right? That's what they're doing.
No, they're not. Do you have more people now than you had 10 years ago?
Okay, number one.
No, I asked you a question.
White people know.
No, I asked you a question.
White people know.
No, I asked you a question. Do you have more? No. Are there more people in the world, on the planet, now than there were 10 years ago?
On the planet? I don't really know.
Come on, dude.
I don't really know. I can say that white people there.
You know about Operation Paperclip, but you don't know what the increase of population on the planet. Come on, man.
I'm trying to explain. Okay.
No, there's no explanation. Either you know or you don't.
Okay, well, I gave you my answer, and I'm trying to.
Okay, well, then I'll accept your answer. Go ahead. Go ahead and talk, man. I'll mute myself.
I'm trying to expound upon it. White people, their population is in decline, and that's been said for I don't know how long. I know you know that, right?
Yes, but why are white people dying and not black people?
The rest of the world, why they're not dying? Well, they're about to start. Bill Gates just started his campaign. He's only been doing it for a few years, and that's the whole reason why he started the campaign. He said that he wanted to reduce the population in Africa.
And Africans have rejected that stuff.
Exactly, they rejected. They didn't accept it and say, "Oh."
The thing is, what you're trying to be is the smartest guy in the room, and you're not.
I'm not trying to be anything. I just made a statement.
In other words, I post stuff about them. That's how come I post this stuff, because I want our people to be smarter. That's why I post this stuff. If you know anything about demographics, I've talked about this stuff. I posted this stuff long ago, and that's how come they did the Mouse Utopia experiment. Okay, it's been known that what human beings biologically will not, and women especially, will not produce more children than they actually can afford. And if you look at the fertility rates for America or London or wherever the industrial revolution is, you can see the curve go down. Okay, and this is before what? This is before vaccinations. This is before birth control. This is before a whole lot of things, right? Basically the fertility rate in the early 19th century, in 1810, was 9. By the time 1900 rolled around, Well before 60 years before the pill, it was 3.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 3. Had nothing to do with that. They've been studying why this is for the last 200 years. And if you look at, if you know anything about population pyramids, it has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with vaccination. It has everything to do with women making choices as far as labor is concerned. How many kids do you need?
I didn't say they're not having kids because of vaccination, but has it ever got to a point where it's below the replacement level and you have experts, white experts, that are saying that the white people are going away, basically, which I know you've seen that. So they are reducing.
And so, okay,
and the blacks are increasing. So what are they doing to try to curb that?
Black women in America themselves are below replacement, and they've been that way. They've been that way for the last.
Exactly.
And
that was
not. It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the birth control.
Really? Who did they come to? Who did they go to for the Planned Parenthood? They went to the black community. Okay, who did they give the feminist agenda to first?
Before the black fertility rate was 9.
Okay.
It was 9.
Okay.
It was above 9.
Right.
In the early 19th century, before birth control came about, right, it was down below 3. Why do you think that is?
Probably from what you were just talking about, but that's still at replacement level. That's
they don't. United States is not trying to push black people or white people below replacement level. They're not. That's why you think they fund welfare and child support.
To create slaves.
No.
To create willful slaves.
No, to pay women to have babies.
No, I wouldn't say so.
You wouldn't say so because you haven't studied it. I have.
Women have had babies before welfare.
Women will. If you talk to most black women, I would say 90% of black women, if you asked them how many children they would have, 90% of them said 1.
Yeah, that's great, but they were having more than they were having. You said 3 before welfare. Before welfare, that's about what they're having now.
If they do not fund it, black women will not have them. And there is a study. That's probably why you should post this stuff for folks like you. There's a study that they can actually track. They actually can track how many children black women will have by the number of by the amount of children that welfare will accept.
Okay, but you just said they were having all these kids before welfare.
They were having these children before welfare, but it's an effect of the Industrial Revolution and the mechanization of your society.
Okay, well, before their Industrial Revolution, they were still replacing themselves. No, my point is the white population is below replacement level, and that was orchestrated. Okay, what else would be the reason?
South Korea is below replacement level. Why do you think they import people? Why do you think they're trying to encourage white women to have babies?
Yeah, look how bad South Korea is. Of course, there's reasons, and I'm giving you the reasons why they're replacement.
You haven't studied it, dude. You haven't. I can tell you haven't studied it. You ain't studied it.
Okay, what have I not studied?
In other words, the reason, the reason
I say that's been wrong. I said the white people are below replacement level. Yes or no? Especially, yes. I don't know how much it is.
In other words, the reason is not because they're giving them birth control or they're trying to get rid of them. They're not trying to get rid of them. They're trying to increase the fertility rate at replacement. No society wants to go below replacement.
Okay, so how can they be trying to do that when their whole social engineering is geared towards feminism? How could you say that they're trying to get them? All they had to do, even with all of the chemicals and everything, all they had to do was reverse their social engineering to make them have more babies.
It's okay. Do you understand? What do you understand about culture? Because I need to know what you understand about culture.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. You have to ask
In
yourself
other,
a question,
in
huh?
other words, oh, okay, you don't know. All right, just say you don't know. Okay, culture, culture for people that have been on my channel and actually seen this stuff. Okay, culture is the interaction between what the organism, which human beings are, right,
Yeah.
and their environment, right. When
Okay.
either one of those two things change, the layer that's in between it, which is the interaction layer between it, which is for human beings, it's culture. For animals, it's evolution, but human beings, it's culture, right? In other words, human beings were not adapted to live in the cold climates, were they?
Okay. Right. So, but who drives the culture?
So, huh?
Who drives the
So,
culture?
so in other words, if you're living in a cold environment, what do you have to do? What kind of culture do you have to adapt to live in a cold environment?
I mean, you have to make stuff to make you warm. I mean,
You
but
have to you have to furs or habitats is going to keep you warm from that cold, right? Otherwise, you'll die, right?
what I'm saying is, there's people that are driving the culture through the media and through leaders and media. Basically, they drive the culture.
Well, you think they're driving the culture? Actually, they're reacting to the culture. They're
No,
reacting to the
that's
environment.
what? I believe
They're
they drive.
reacting because you don't understand it.
No, no, they're not reacting. So they're pushing feminism, and they're pushing
Feminism,
sex,
feminism,
they're pushing
feminism,
reality,
feminism,
pedophilia, because they're reacting to the culture.
feminism is an effect of the culture. It's an
Bestiality is
effect.
the culture too, huh?
Excuse me.
Bestiality and
Besti-
LGBTQ and
bestiality existed since man started doing what? Raising other animals, right?
yep, sure did. So the pedophilia.
So
So
so now
NAMBLA.
so
So you're saying NAMBLA and all of these pedophilic organizations?
pedophilia, homosexuality and pedophilia existed since the Greeks, right?
Exactly.
2,500 years ago. Exactly.
Before
Okay,
that,
but that has nothing to do with the argument.
it does have something to do with the argument
It
because
has nothing to do with the
always,
argument. In other
always,
words, what I'm
you
okay, what I'm saying is you don't understand. What I'm saying is you don't know. That's what I'm talking about. You don't know,
what you
and
mean?
you don't know. You don't know. That's what I'm talking about. You don't know because I keep asking you questions. You don't know.
I just agree with you. Yes, of course, it's been
No,
around
no,
thousands of
oh,
years.
no. What I'm saying is you're diverting it. I'm trying to explain something to you because you don't know. You're trying to bounce stuff in that doesn't apply. I'm trying to get you to understand the basis of what culture is and why we're at where we're at because you don't understand it.
Saying that culture, the culture that the media
No, no,
portrays,
no, 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 no. Now, when I talk culture in the media, listen to me. Hold
you're
on,
saying,
son. Okay, take 5 minutes. Hold on. Take 5 minutes to just listen to me. Now you can agree or disagree after that.
okay,
Okay, culture is not real. Okay, culture is not real. Culture
okay,
is invented by the human beings so they can adapt to their environment.
okay,
Right? You build if you're out in the middle of if you're out in the middle of cold, you got to build a shelter so you don't freeze. That's culture. Or put on warmer clothes. That's culture because that does not exist in nature.
right.
You don't have clothes in nature. You have to make them. You
Wouldn't
have
say
to
that.
make a technology to make them. Excuse me?
I wouldn't say that all of culture is invented by man, but
Okay.
what you're
Okay.
saying, yeah, that's true.
What look around you. Look around you where you live.
Mhm.
What wasn't invented by a person?
You're talking about the tangible thing. Yeah, the tangible things. Yeah, of course, everything is invented by man. But I'm talking about the principles.
What do you have on your person that wasn't invented by a man?
I just said all of the tangibles were invented by man.
Exactly. That's culture. It has to be made by man.
Yeah,
It's
but
not natural.
yeah,
Now
but
we're talking about principles are part of the culture.
yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. There's components of culture that are.
Do you know? Have you even studied Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
Yeah.
Okay, if you study Maslow's hierarchy of needs, then you have a basic understanding of what culture. In other words, if it doesn't exist, you have to make it, right?
Yeah, yeah, I understand that. But what I'm saying is there's principles
Where do the
of
principles come from?
spirit God, right? Because you're born, you don't have to decide. Nobody decided that men are going to be attracted to women.
Really?
Nobody decided that. Okay, well, you're going to have to keep your desire and lust for other men, keep that under wraps, and you're going to have
Why?
to women. Nobody
Why?
decided.
Why?
Men,
Why do you do that? Why do you do that?
why do I do what?
Why do you think that they came up with that rule that you're gonna have to keep your lust under wraps?
No, I'm saying they didn't come up with that rule.
Yes, they did.
Nobody had to tell a man, hey, we know there's always been homosexuals and all that type of stuff, but the vast majority of society, nobody has to tell a boy, hey, I only want you dating girls. Nobody has to tell a girl, I only want you dating boys. Nobody has to tell them that. But what they do have to tell them is it's okay for two men and two women to get married. They do have to tell them that because it's not natural in their mind.
Marriage is not marriage is not natural.
Okay.
Marriage is invented by people as a way to organizing people.
No,
No, well, it is.
I disagree with that, but
Well, no, okay, you disagree with it. Show me where people didn't organize people into marriage.
They've always done that.
Why do you think they did it and still do it?
Because it's a principle of the universe. It's a principle of God.
No, it's not.
No, it seems to be. I mean,
do animals get married?
That's the best. No, animals are not human beings. They don't have. We're on a higher.
We're on a higher plane. We're social. We socially organize people.
Yeah, we're higher than them.
So we socially organize people. In other words, culture is an invention of human beings to do what? Organize people. So in other words, how people get married, do they pair them off? Can you have more than one wife? When a wife have more than one husband, who decides that?
Well, I mean, that's kind of like a theological debate.
No. There's a theological debate. There's absolutely practical reasons why people do things.
Yeah, and it could be argued that it's because of the way God created the universe.
That's what you believe. We're not talking about belief. We're talking about practical, on the ground reasons why people do stuff.
Yeah, and it's the best arrangement for family and society.
For the environment that you're in.
No, I wouldn't say there's any environments where it's not a good thing.
If I have a social environment, because basically marriage is to do what? Is to do what? Raise children, right?
Right.
If I have a social environment where all the children are cared for, in fact, you can look at in Iceland. Iceland doesn't have all these social problems, and 65–70% of the children are born out of wedlock, but they all get taken care of.
Okay.
Only 30% of people in Iceland are married.
Iceland,
yes, Iceland. Those are people, aren't they?
Yeah.
Are they human beings, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what is their arrangements?
In other words, basically, it's a social group. Everybody helps raise the children. It doesn't matter.
So I mean, but what about the parents? So the parents they have a child by one person, and then they go and have a child by another person.
Everybody is Iceland is one big extended family. Everybody helps raise the children. They know who their mother is. They know where their father is. Whether they're married or not, everybody raises the children.
I'm saying that the parents, so that the parents go from man to man and woman to woman and have children.
In other words, they can have as many children by whoever it is who wants to have them, but everybody, it doesn't matter because the whole community raises the children.
Okay, that won't work on a large scale.
Why not?
Because human beings are not going to. It's just not going to work. It's silly. It's like we do that here in America, and it doesn't work. I mean, people have children by all types of people, and it's not a good environment for anybody.
Well, I'm saying that the reason that you used to have egalitarian societies in Africa and matriarchies in society because you could never tell who fathered the children. and it didn't matter because the whole village clan came together to raise them.
No, yeah, but I'd say that's a degeneration. You know, I wouldn't say that's the best way to do it. I'd say the best way to do it is
well, basically we've been doing it basically for the most part. What we see as a nuclear family has only been around about 300 years. They haven't been around that long.
The nuclear family's been around 300 years. What was before that?
It was clan based, where basically the clans on both sides came together and helped raise the children. Nuclear family is a recent invention.
Well, it's supposed to still be like that. I mean, if you're talking about two people that are having children, yeah, the whole family is supposed to be involved. But where I differ is going from man to man, woman to woman, and having a bunch of different children and a bunch of different families. I don't think that was ever a model for building a strong society. I don't think that was ever.
It causes problems, right?
Exactly. So the best way to do it
so in other words, you have to come up with a different scheme, right?
Yeah, which is the nuclear family.
It was not a necessarily nuclear family, but to assign a man to a woman, right?
Yeah.
Which is an arranged marriage, right?
Yeah.
So in other words, who came up with the idea? It was people, because they needed to solve a problem, right?
You can say that, yeah.
That's culture. Because according to the environment that they were in, that was the best way to do things.
All right. I mean, you can say that.
But I'm saying it took a long way to get to here. Your culture is determined by the environment that you're in, and you're in an artificial environment right now. So, and the environment is changing so rapidly, you cannot make up rules fast enough to keep up with it. And they have been struggling to keep up with it for 200 years.
Well, you talk about the clans and stuff like that. I get.
I'm talking about because this channel is for management. It's for managers, people that want to think like a manager, and not like a sheep. You know, in other words, okay.
I understand.
I'm going to put you in the chair. I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm going to make you the world governor, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm going to make you the world governor.
Okay.
In other words, we're gonna make you to where you can live like 500 years, right? We're gonna just make that thought experiment, right? So basically, for 10,000 years, the culture has been exactly the same, right? Because you had an agricultural environment. 90% of the people actually worked on the land. Basically, your local environment changed very slowly, right?
Yeah.
Extremely slow. Okay. Since majority, half of your babies die early, or die in stillbirth, or they don't survive to be 5 years old. Okay. Yeah. And most of the old people don't live to be over 45 or 50. You have a very stable population.
Right.
Okay. So the rules that you come up with, are what? Will be what?
The rules that they come up with be based off of the environment.
Right. So in other words, it's stable, right? For 10,000 years, you pretty much do the same thing over and over again, right? Mm-hmm. More or less, with a few variations here or there, right?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Marriage, your morality, what you think is acceptable, the women's places in the home, all that kind of stuff. Because basically, if her society doesn't keep her in a home where she can have children, and that man doesn't marry and protect her and those children, what's going to happen to the society?
It'll fall. Like
it's going to die. It's going to die out, right?
Yeah, just like happening right now.
It's going to die out, right? Well, society's not dying out, but anyway, it's going to die out, right?
Oh, yeah.
So if it dies, so in other words, those rules of her being a wife is based on her being at home, taking care of the children, providing whatever labor around the home, keeping those kids alive, and he has to work to do what? Also, raise food and all that kind of stuff to do what? Keep her and those children alive, right?
Right.
Right. Okay.
Hmm.
All of a sudden, you're a manager, and all of a sudden, the Industrial Revolution comes along. There's new things called a machine.
Uh-huh.
And what does it do?
Yeah, it makes things faster and more efficient, and you can produce more.
And you can produce more. But also, what does it do?
You can work less.
Makes it work less. Also, what does it do?
Provides jobs.
It puts people out to work because the people that were doing it, doing that particular job, are what? No longer what?
Oh yeah.
No
Yeah,
longer
yeah.
necessary, right?
Yeah.
So basically what you have had, if you look at the charts over the last 200 years, 200 years ago, unemployment was not a problem, was it?
No, not really. No.
Because you needed as many human beings to do what?
To work the land.
To work the land or whatever things that needed to be done, right? As many as you probably, in fact, you didn't have enough of them. That's like slavery was so popular. It's
Exactly.
called free hands and free labor, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All of a sudden, you have something called a machine, and you don't need what?
You don't need people.
You don't need people. And if you don't need people, and that's never happened before in human history, you got if you whatever date amount of time you will accept that human beings have been around, because depending on what you believe, it can be as short as 10,000 years and be as long as is 500,000 years. So
Right.
hold on a second. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, all those people that don't have jobs or can't do what they were needed were doing formerly. What do you have to do as the manager of a human race?
Well, those missing jobs creates more opportunities in other areas of
So what
development.
do you have to? So what do you have to do to them now?
What do you have to do to them?
What do you have to do for them now? What do you have to do?
I would say provide opportunities for education and other areas of development, of societal development. So
Okay, exactly. But are the machines going to stay stable, or are they going to get better?
the machines will continue to improve.
So if the machines continue to improve and they continue to get better, it will be easier or harder to find jobs for these people.
It could be easier. I mean, if you have more machines, but if they get to the point where they're not needed at all, they don't need anybody to actually man the machines, then people will lose jobs.
We lose jobs. Now you multiply on top of that, because of the artificial conditions, less babies are dying and staying alive, and more old people are living to be older.
Right.
Right. So when you factor that in, will it be easier, harder to find jobs for these people?
It'd be harder.
It'd be harder.
Yeah.
So now with the labor saving devices and the smaller amount of children, do women need to stay at home?
No.
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 So now you have housewives that had to man a garden, take care of 9 children, and she only lived to be like 40, 41, 42 years old, and they're not dying in childbirth like they used to be. What do you think they're going to be satisfied being bored at home?
They wouldn't be satisfied being bored at home. No.
Okay, so because of the environment and they're being bored at home, what do you think is going to come out of that?
Them furthering their education and doing other things in
Other
life.
things, and then pressing for what? For rights, right? Just like men, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, ergo feminism created by the environment. It's a natural outgrowth.
Who funded it?
Doesn't have to be funded. It's a natural outgrowth.
It's actually funded. It's funded by the economy.
Feminism as a policy in the United States was funded to basically suppress the civil rights protests and the anti-war protests. They need to tamp down males, but that's another discussion. It'd be too make the hangout way too long to even go into that. You can actually look at my I have a video on my channel, actually both my channel, my MGTOW channel and this one, about feminism. There's 3 of them that explain that.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was funded though. They didn't get together and put their own money together and decide that they wanted to take over men's jobs. And just because you're bored at home, that doesn't mean that you become a man hater. You can look for other opportunities to accelerate your life in other areas besides hating men. The feminism, those people were picked and placed, and they were funded and they were put into positions the same way the civil rights movement. Those leaders were picked and placed and put into positions by those who were communists. The same way as George Soros picks and places
the civil rights. Okay, let me stop you there about the civil rights movement, because 1, I'm tired of the shit. 2, people don't even do the fucking research. 2, people don't understand policy and how policy actually fucking works, right? If you, because I have a big 9-part series called The Negro Question. Big 9-part series called The Negro Question. Them getting rid of black folks and Negroes started back when? What do you think they want to start getting rid of black folks?
What do you mean getting rid of them?
In other words, getting rid of them.
What, killing them? What do you mean?
I mean, okay, there's 3 ways. And I actually talked to, on my last hang, I talked to a couple of military experts. They actually were trained special forces. I asked them, how do you get rid of an unwanted population? There's 3 ways. What are they?
Oh, how do you get rid of them? I can say I'd say the best way is through a psychological warfare and self-destruction, forcing them to turn upon themselves.
The easiest way to get rid of an unwanted population is to what? Move them, right?
It just depends on the population, how much.
You know how long it takes to run a psychological ops to actually people that actually kill themselves? We're talking about generational, and it may not work.
Oh no, they've already done it.
Where?
Here in America with black people, the psychological operation.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. You said that, right? You say that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When did they start doing that? Let's just ask you a question because you're in the chair. When did they do that? When did they start doing that?
They started. Yeah. And I can't say when they exactly.
Off the top of your head. We don't have. We're not talking about documents.
I would say the main crux of it, what they're still using now, was started during the civil rights era in the 60s.
In the 60s, right? So that was to do what? To get us to kill ourselves, right?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, to get rid of us, right?
Right, for the most part.
So what was the population, black population in 1960?
I don't know.
It was about what, 20 million, right? Give or take.
Okay.
What's the population for black people, black America now?
I don't know. Probably more, right?
48.5 million.
Great.
So did it work?
Yeah.
It did.
Yeah.
So in other words, okay, let me ask you this. So hold on a second. Hold on a second. You're the leader of the United States, right? And you need to get rid of black people, right? And I said, I got this great way to eliminate black people out of the United States, right? And I said, I'm going to implement it. It's like 1960, right? Or 1950s when the civil rights movement actually started, right? In 1950s, right? Okay. I said, great way to get rid of black people within what? I say 20 years, 30 years. Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, from the 60s to now, let's say about 40, 50 years, something like that.
Oh, 69 is like 60 years, but be that as it may. Just say, okay, we'll even give it to 60 years. And you're still alive, and I'm still alive, and I come back to you and say, our plan is a success. Okay, what we implemented is a success. And then you say, what are you going to say? Black people are still here, right?
Yeah, but I don't think that their goal was to just wipe us off the face of the planet at the point in
You
time.
just said that. I just asked you a question. How do you get rid of an unwanted population? There's three ways.
I said through psychological warfare. Yeah.
That's not the actually. That's not the. That's not the way you get rid of them. But
Yeah, you said move them. Okay, but I don't
hold
think
on a
that the
second.
goal was to just.
Who the hell is calling me? All right, somebody on Skype. Anyway, okay. In other words, it's
Their
okay. You
goal.
don't know. You don't know. So
No,
I'm gonna
I
tell
don't
you.
think
I'm
their
gonna tell
goal
you real
was.
quick.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
tell
their
you.
goal was to just destroy.
I asked you, but you're not answering my question.
What was your question?
I said, what are the three ways you get rid of an unwanted population?
Okay, you
And
said
you
the
didn't
best.
answer it. There's three ways. There's three ways. There's three ways. There's only three ways.
Okay.
You deport them. You get them off the land, right?
Yeah.
You drive them off the land, which is the easiest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You deport them.
Uh-huh.
You do what? You kill them
Right.
through medical means or eugenics or whatever. You kill them, right? You physically kill them. You physically make them die, right? You kill them, right?
Yeah.
And the other one is to do what? Is basically merge them into your population, right?
Yeah.
So in other words, it's deportation, euthanation, which is killing them, and assimilation. Okay, what are they trying to do to us now? Are they trying to kill us or trying to do what?
American blacks.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say all of the above.
No, they're trying to assimilate us. They're not trying to kill us.
I'd
They're
say
trying to
all.
kill us. They've done that.
Uh, I'd say all of the above. I mean, um, they do need us, yeah. So of course they're not going to kill us all off, but for the most part, is when it comes to our society has been killed, and that's just
You're
as
just,
bad. If you're
you
walking,
never your society is you have a United States society.
exactly, with no black culture.
Hold on a second. Hello. Hello. Why are you calling me? Hello. Thank you. All right. In other
Yeah,
words, I mean, I've documented this every 3 ways to Sunday. It's on my channel. That's like I know you haven't been on my channel very long. I've been talking about this till I'm blue in the face about Hangout because it can be documented. It can be documented in 1945 when they actually decided to start the assimilation process. Eisenhower decided to do it in 1945 after he visited the Nazi death camps, and they figured out that okay, euthanizing people, eugenics was not the route to go because will get out of hand. And they
right.
said this is not us. So he came back in 1945. What was the first thing they did? They did what? They integrated the what?
In 1945.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what they integrated.
They integrated the armed forces,
Oh, okay, yeah.
which is the easiest way to do it because
I'm not in disagreement with you on that. I know
okay.
I'm not in disagreement with you on that, but I'm saying they also have systematically destroyed our culture. That's what I'm saying as well.
Your culture was already destroyed. You didn't have one.
I would say we did have a culture. If
Well,
it might not have been as great as it could have been, but
what culture did we have?
Definitely was better than it is now.
What culture did we have?
We had families. That was basically our culture.
Everybody has families.
I'm talking about,
What human society doesn't have families?
I'm talking about functional families, man. Functional families.
No. I'm asking, what culture did we have coming here to the United States? What culture did we have?
What culture? I mean, it's hard.
You don't know. You don't know. Just say you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
But
basically, how many different people?
United States, but a lot of us were already here, so it's a hard question.
A lot of us already here. What are you talking about, dude?
A lot of black people were already here as Aboriginal Americans before.
Okay, we not even gonna broach that. We not even broach that discussion. Okay, we ain't gonna start that one.
So you haven't studied that?
No, well, I've studied it, but I'm saying that there's a huge question about that one. Okay, we're not even gonna get into that because that will take us way too long.
No, we
and
don't have to. All I'm saying is, what I'm basically saying is, what we were, the good that we did have, was
okay. Oh, I'm asking you what culture. You said there was an Aboriginal culture, okay, with black people, right?
Yeah.
There's Aboriginal culture. What was it?
I'm not sure.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
So what are you talking about? Yeah.
In other words, black people are a mismatch of what? As much as 300 different societies, right? Where they're Aboriginal, they came from the continent and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
300 different societies, right? Because have you ever been to Africa?
Everywhere. No.
No. So in other words, Africa, an African in Nigeria is not the same as an African in Kenya, right?
Right.
They're two different. They're two totally different societies, right? How many tribes are there in just in West Africa? Just say a small little place like Ghana that has less than 20 million people. You know how many tribes there are?
Yeah, there's a bunch of different tribes.
There's about at least 10 or 15 different tribes, 10 or 15 different societies, right?
Right.
They have their own culture, their own different ways of doing things, right?
Right.
So you take
and prior to this civil rights.
I just asked you what it was, and you couldn't tell me.
No, I could. I said we had functional families.
Functional families exist everywhere,
no,
but they operate differently.
They don't exist here. You can't call what black people have today as functional families.
The black people have functional families after slavery.
Yeah.
The white people have functional families.
Yeah, more functional.
The Chinese people have functional families.
Chinese people here in America? I don't know too much about China.
Oh, China, period. Anywhere in the world. Pick one.
The ones that I've seen, yeah, they're more functional than.
In other words, every society has functional families because if you didn't, your society would cease to exist, right? I'm trying to get you to understand culture and what it is. What happens because you have this going on in Europe right now? We have Muslims coming in and they don't fit into the European culture. You have what?
You have a clash.
You have clash. You have conflict. So if you take if you bring in over a period of 100, 150 years, you bring in a couple of million African people from different places coming in from not only Africa, the continent, but from Latin America, from the Caribbean, and all that other stuff, all the other places coming. You smash them all together. Do they have a functional culture?
It depends on who you're talking about.
If you smash all these societies together, do they have a functional, coherent culture?
Individual groups can.
I'm talking about as a society. That's an individual group is not a society.
As a whole, no.
No. So you take all these people, you bring them over, you smash them together from different societies, different languages, and you enslave them and force them into a new foreign culture. Do those group of people have a functional culture?
After slavery, they did have a functional culture. Yeah.
No, they don't. They have a broken culture. The thing is, it's still you can limp along with it. A broken culture can be functional. It'll get you by, but it's not going to be coherent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, of course, it wasn't perfect, but it's better than it is now. So on average, you had a man and a woman and children, and they functioned together, in a constructive way. On average, don't have.
Because what black people do, which pisses me off a lot, is they look at black people in a bubble. Okay. If you say we don't have functional families, what are the things you say that we don't have a functional family? Okay. What are the keys?
I would say the lack of the proper balance of male and female in the upbringing of the children.
What does that mean?
It means that most of the children are brought up by single mothers.
Okay, so that doesn't exist anyplace else in the world.
I'm pretty sure it does. I don't know, but I'm talking about the black people here. We used to have.
Well, you don't know. In other words, you don't know. Just say you don't know.
Does it exist in other places? I don't know.
Yeah. You don't know. In other words, if you look at out of what like birth rate in like the Iceland is 65, you look at it, Sweden is 60. Okay, Sweden just brought its marriage rate back up below 40%, back up to 50. If you look at the out of birth rate in the UK, it's over 50%. In other words, the same things that are plaguing black people
are plaguing
America are plaguing everybody. So
yeah,
what does that tell you? What does that tell you? It's a wider problem than just black people, right?
Yes, and that goes back to what I was saying.
So what is the same? So in other words, if you're a smart person, and I do believe you are, what are the similarities between those countries and the United States?
The same people who are controlling all of the media, the same people who are controlling all of the print, they are putting their agendas into
See, there you go again. What are the same conditions when in America that's in Western Europe?
I just said it.
No, you didn't say it. You didn't say it because you're wrong. It's called a post-industrial environment. No,
man. Post-industrial doesn't have anything to do with two people hating each other.
Dude. Come on. People have always hated each other, and that has nothing to do with that. What changed? What changed in the last 200 years?
Not on this level.
What changed? What changed in the last 200 years?
The Industrial Revolution.
In other words, you need less people. Culture doesn't change that fast.
So you need less people. That's what makes out of wedlock births. And
you ever hear of the seven generations rule?
Nope.
You never heard of that? That
nope.
What you do now will affect what 7 generations down the line, right?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you heard that, right? There's a reason for that. That's called a generational change, a generational cultural change. That's how fast. That's the speed of how culture changes, right?
Right.
Okay. And I'm gonna break it down to you because it's to save time because I don't have all day. Okay, your body changes. You have a genetic change by nature. You have a genetic change between 10 and 15,000 years. You get a genetic change, right, by natural selection. Okay.
Okay.
A cultural change, 7 generational rule, and has been proven by demographers. Okay, it takes 150 years, 7 generations, right?
Okay.
Now, normally, your environment, if it's natural, it takes about 20,000 years for your environment to change. Because if it changes any more rapidly, that it's going to kill the society. You're going to have to move someplace else. But for an environmental change, wherever you're at, it takes a geological change is like 20,000 years, right? If it's natural, right?
I can't say. I mean, how in the world can anybody know that? They're just making stuff.
It's called ice cores. It's called sea cores, where they drill down, they take a core, and they can tell by the gases, they can tell the sediments that whether how the environment has changed. They can tell that.
Okay.
Okay. They can tell that. Okay. So geological change, unless it's disastrous, takes about 20,000 years. So now, what happens with the Industrial Revolution? You have this extreme artificial environment. How fast does it change?
Yeah, it changes pretty fast.
In other words, a post-industrial change changes. It used to change like every 40 or 50 years, right? But it has 20, 10, and now it's down to what, 5. So can your body keep up with that?
No.
No. Can your culture keep up with that?
No.
That's the problem. Can society, can you, as a manager, can you write rules for an environment that you have no idea what's going to happen 10 years from now? Can you write a rule for that?
Oh, that's make believe because they already know what's
No,
going to
no,
happen.
no, they don't know what's going to happen.
What's happening now? They planned this for what, 200 something years? They planned it.
So in other words, these people,
Uh-huh.
so
Planned it.
these people that plan this stuff, you say these people are gods, right?
They're gods? No, I didn't say
Yeah.
that.
Well, how can they know that? How can people 200, a human being 200 years ago can predict what's going to happen 200 years later?
Long range planning.
No. How can they? Long range planning means that you can predict what's going to happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to have all this automation, and they wanted us to be drones and robots by 1984, and that didn't happen. So, but they're still moving along in that same path.
In other words, they have to adapt just like everybody else, right? Do they make mistakes?
Yeah, they make mistakes, but it's still a plan. It's long range planning. That's what I'm saying.
It might be long range planning, but in other words, they can't control it. They had no idea this was going to happen because they couldn't.
No. But that doesn't stop them from trying to plan it. And
they're trying to plan it. They're trying to adapt it. That's what I'm trying to get you to say.
Not trying to plan it.
Stop treating these people. Stop treating these people like they're gods. They're not.
No, I'm not treating them like a gods. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm saying
they're all powerful. They're all powerful. They plan this stuff out. They're making all these people do this stuff. They're woo, 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 woo. They're not. They're not gods. In fact, they're in the G20 arguing about this stuff as we speak. They adapt just like anybody else.
If you look at Karl Marx, what he wrote, it's the exact same thing that we see today. So they did plan it, and it panned out, but it isn't panned out the way that
you don't understand Karl Marx, and you don't understand socialism.
Well, I understand that everything that he wrote has actually came to pass.
Because he could read the problem that capitalism was going to cause. So why do you think Karl?
So you replace it with a global slavery. That was his idea, and that's what's happening.
Global slavery.
Yeah, socialism and communism.
So what were people doing before capitalism?
It was more of a. It depends on what culture you're talking about.
You had serfs, you had slaves.
They did the exact same thing everybody else does. I mean, either the Egyptians had slaves, the Islamics, they had slaves.
So in other words, global slavery. What's different between local slavery and global slavery?
The difference is that like 90% of the people on the earth are supposed to be killed off by their own writings. And
really? So it has. When has that happened?
It hasn't happened. That's what it was supposed to have already happened.
And then there's people, and the Fabian.
Oh darn it! It didn't happen in 1984, so we're just going to give up and stop trying. They're still trying. That's the thing. That's why I said if you're going to let somebody go into your body and rework your genetics, and these are the same people who want to enslave the globe, why would you say that's okay instead of looking at other alternative routes that are safer?
If you might not decide, you might be against it, right?
Right.
You might be against it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean all 7.5 billion people are against it?
No, of course not. Most of them don't be for it, and that's why they die.
And if those people actually do that, and they become better. Because truth be told, they don't need to modify your body to get rid of 90% of the people. They don't need to do that. They can do that now.
Yeah, I doubt they could do that now.
Have you ever heard of a pandemic?
Yeah, but most of those are not as bad as what they say.
So if I have CRISPR, because you don't read your articles, but that's okay. If I have CRISPR and I can design a pathogen that will kill 90% of the people, leave certain people alive. Mm-hmm. What is the simplest way to get rid of people?
Yeah, doing that, but obviously they can't do that, so they're trying.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
I wouldn't. I don't think so.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
Okay, I mean that's your opinion.
No,
I
no. Oh, yes, they can. The bird the bird flu virus that they retrieved.
yeah,
They modify it, and they test it out. But they don't. But the bird flu virus, if they actually released it modified the way that the CDC has this locked up that you can't even get to because they're hell of afraid that shit will get out. Is will kill 90% of your people. 90% of your people will be dead within 2 years.
yeah. I
And that's
mean,
just one.
but
That's
it's
just
not gonna,
one.
that couldn't happen because
Why?
people start dying on that level and not incrementally, it can't be. I mean, if you go and you just wipe out a bunch of people at one time, then the world's gonna be knowledgeable of what's going on and who's doing it. So you have to do it a different way.
So what are the people that what are the folks?
And another thing is, God is not gonna allow that to happen.
Well, we're not talking about because we're not even going to broach religion. We're going to keep this logical, okay? Because we have atheists that are in the room that are listening.
Well, that is logical. You know what I mean?
No, that's belief.
No, no.
You don't know you. Okay,
You
okay. Let me. Well, let's get into God. Let's get into God real quick, okay?
don't know what this universe is
No,
made. You can't logically explain how this universe came to existence.
sure you
It's
can.
impossible. Like the Big Bang.
Yeah.
So something came out of nothing. You can
No,
logically.
there's no such thing as nothing.
There's no such thing as nothing, and you can prove
There's no
that.
such thing as nothing. Yeah, it's called dark matter. No such thing as nothing.
Where did dark matter come from? If that's something, it's matter.
It's always been here.
It's always been here.
So
So
but
it's always,
if you accept that, then you have to change your notion of God. We're not going to discuss belief today.
yeah, but how would you know that it's already been here?
We are not discussing belief today.
All right. Okay. Well, that's your belief.
In other words, I'm not challenging your belief. But
Okay.
I'm saying, do you know what God thinks?
Do I know what he thinks?
Yeah.
Yeah, to an extent. Yeah, I guess.
No, you don't know. You know what if you believe in God, you know what he tells you.
No, I mean I can pretty much understand some of what he thinks. I mean, nobody can know God. Nobody can
Exactly.
like because
Remember okay. So if you're a Christian, remember Noah's flood.
Yeah.
How many people did he wipe? What percentage of the world of human beings did he wipe out?
Pretty much most of everybody.
More than 90%, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So you're saying that God will stop more than 90% of the people from being wiped out is what?
You saying God? What? Say it again.
In other words, if God has done it once,
he can do it again, right? Yeah.
He can do it again, right? So saying that God would never do that again, he would never do that. You can't say that because he's already done it, right?
Right. Yeah.
And basically the people that you're talking about, the Malthusians and the Fabians believe that they're actually religious. They believe in God.
Exactly, but the Lucifer.
Not all of them.
No, all of them are Luciferian.
No, not all of them.
They
believe they're doing God's work. There's too many people on Earth, and they're ruining the planet. They want to set it back to where they think of what they call the godly balance, which is the natural balance, which is before the Industrial Revolution, which they think is evil. Back to a natural balance of 500 million people on the planet, which that was what was before the Industrial Revolution started.
Yeah. Okay. But these guys, you're saying these are Christians or what?
They're a mix of a whole bunch of different kind of people. They come at it from a whole different way, a lot of different ways. They're not a singular mind. Let's put it that way, because if they were a singular mind, it would already happen.
They're different denominations of Luciferian. Let's put it that way.
There's different denominations of all kinds of people, and they're not all the same.
But the overarching tenets of Luciferianism is global slavery and mayhem and destruction.
What is the main tenet of Luciferian? Because I talk to Luciferians. What do they believe?
At the highest levels, the main tenet is ritualistic
No.
child
What is the main tenet of Luciferianism?
ritualistic child vampirism at the
No,
highest.
is do what thou wilt, right? Individualism.
Yeah, it's like Satanism. Yeah, that's
That's
Alex.
individualism. In fact, IBMOR is a Luciferian, right? And he talks about it. Do what thou wilt. In other words, hyper individualism is the main tenet of Luciferianism, not slavery.
Yeah, but that's also Satanism. Well, you see, they tell that to regular people, okay, but they know that the immorality of the people makes them easily enslaved. So if you have created a society that's immoral, they're extremely easily to be enslaved.
Christianity has had slaves. Trust and believe, boss. Christianity's not perfect. Christianity believes in slaves.
Yeah, yeah. Who said it? Who said they weren't?
Okay, and so we don't even broach that
Catholic
subject.
Church,
But
they have
but the thing is, you're making these people like they're gods, and they're not.
no,
They
I'm not.
fuck up all the time. They're fucking up right now.
Exactly. That's why I just said they wanted it to be already past this in 1984, and it's 30 some years after that, and they're still really not even that close. So yeah, but that's
1980, 1984 was a warning against communism because they didn't like it, or against authoritarianism, which was Hitler. That's what 1984 was about.
yeah. It was also a prediction about the future and the plans. If they didn't have this stuff written down, then I could say, oh well, it was just about Hitler and all this type of stuff. But Karl Marx and all of these Luciferians and Satanists that have been like Elena Blavatsky and all these people, they've planned this out, and they say this is exactly the way we want it, and this is how it's going to be done.
That's okay. Actually, Karl Marx. If you look at what Karl Marx was trying to do, he wanted to put what he wanted to do. What he wanted to put the means of production in the hands of who?
The means of production, he wanted to put it in the hands of the elite.
No, he didn't. That's capitalism.
Huh?
That's capitalism. Karl Marx wanted to put the means of production in the hands of who?
The elite, man. The capitalism.
But you don't know Marx then.
No, I do know Marx.
No, you
but
don't.
you don't understand the way
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't know Marx.
Taking it at the surface level.
No.
Capitalism.
No. You don't know. You're already wrong. Let's go on to summit. You're already wrong. You're already wrong.
Capitalism and communism are one and the same when the same people are running both of them. If you got your capitalists who use the communists.
Come on, dude. Come on.
No,
Come on, man. Come on, man. If you knew what you were talking about, I would entertain it. But you don't know what you're talking about. Yes.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay. What is?
They had political cartoons saying exactly what I'm saying back in the 20s.
Dude, that's okay. What is the National Socialist? Hold on, dude. Hold on a second. What is the outcry of socialism, of the socialist movement? Workers of the world do what?
We work for the
No, come on, man. It's all over. If you know anything about it, you should know this. What did they say? What is the slogan?
What is the slogan? I don't know. What's the slogan?
Workers of the world unite.
Okay. Yeah.
Who are the workers? Are the workers the elite?
No, but who are they uniting against? The capitalists, right?
They're basically they're uniting against the capitalists to what? Put the means of production in what? The hands of who?
I don't know. Hands of who?
Put the means of production in the hands of the workers. Basically, I'll give you. Write this down, okay?
Yeah, but that what?
Hold on a second. Write this name down. Richard Wolff. He's the foremost expert of socialism as an economy. He studied Marx, Engels, and all those people. He chapter and verse. Okay, he's an expert. Richard Wolff. In fact, they're on YouTube as Democracy at Work. Workers of the world unite. The ideal of socialism, it was for the workers come together with the means of production and produce their own with their own labor, produce their own work, divvy the profits amongst their own selves, and that kind of stuff. A workers' co-op, which is probably coming.
That whole social, all of these socialists and all of the communist regimes have been orchestrated and funded by the same capitalists and the same communists who fund everything else. If you have a society that is in subjection,
you are talking out of your ass right
now.
You're
not listening. Listen. If you have a society that is oppressed by greedy communists, the Hegelian dialect, you've heard of that, right? Hegelian dialect.
I have heard of it, okay. But Hegel's not a communist.
You have a thesis and you have an antithesis. He was an elite.
Where do you think that comes from, dude? It's not new. Hegel didn't come up with it.
Hegel is not new. That's been around.
No. What I'm saying is the dialectic is not new. The dialectic goes all the way back to Menfight theology, like 25, 30,000 years ago.
Okay,
it's not new.
That's awesome. I didn't say it was new, but I'm talking about the Hegelian dialect, your thesis and your antithesis.
Mm-hmm.
You're a super capitalist and you're super communist. At the top, they're all friends, and they.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
The communist party and the regime was funded as opposition to the greedy capitalists.
No, it wasn't.
But what is really going to happen is
where do you get this from?
Governments are going to set up a communist. Government. Listen to my explanation. Now I'll tell you where I got it.
Okay. All right. Okay, dude. You got 3 minutes. 5 minutes. I'm gonna mute myself and go.
I don't need 5 minutes. I just need like a couple minutes for you to stop interrupting me. I don't need 5 minutes. But the governments will set up a situation where the people have demanded communism because of the greedy capitalists. But all of the same capitalists and the same communists, they're all shaking hands at the top. The government bails out the big banks. These are capitalists. That's a communist move to bail out these big banks and stuff like that. So what that does is that creates resistance, and people want to rail against the capitalists. All the while, they don't know that when the communists take over, they're going to enslave them like all the communist regimes around the world have enslaved their people. But in the mind of the sheeple people, they think, oh, we're going to put our power in the hands of the workers and all this type of stuff, when all that they're doing is at the top, they're all shaking hands and saying, hey, we're partnering together. We're going to rule over everybody. Communism doesn't work. And if you have greedy capitalism, it doesn't work either. The only solution is you have to have a system where the people are moral, that are leading and are ruling. Because if you have evil people that are communists, they're going to screw over the people. If you have evil people that are capitalists, they're going to screw over the people. So if you have evil on both sides and you create a synthesis right in the middle, it's still going to be messed up and everybody's going to be destroyed, or everybody's going to be sad, whatever the case may be.
In other words, if we had good people, moral people that ran capitalism, would it work better?
Absolutely.
If we had moral, decent people that ran communism, would it work better?
Absolutely.
If we had moral, good people that ran an authoritarian regime, would it work better?
Yeah.
So what is the difference between all those three people? What is the similarity between all those systems?
If you
have evil people that run capitalism, what's going to happen?
The similarity is it depends on the people.
Depends on the people, exactly.
Depends on
so
how
can you, so no matter what system you run, it depends on the people. Okay. So why do you have evil people running stuff?
It could be a reflection of the populace. I agree with you on that.
Human beings have what?
What are you gonna say? Good and evil in them?
Have choice, right?
Right. So
you were given what? Free what?
Free will.
If you don't have a choice, how can you exercise free will?
You have a choice. Yeah.
In other words, if you have to have a choice to have free will, right?
Yeah, you have a choice.
Okay.
Exactly.
For human beings to have free will, have free choice, they have to have good and evil in them, right?
Yeah.
So basically, anything that humans run, you're gonna have what? Good and evil people in it, right?
Yeah, but there's always going to be more of one or
So how do you set up a system where only good people run something?
um well, that's the time old question. That's the reason why nations rise and fall.
Exactly.
That's the reason why nations rise and fall.
Exactly.
So if we have our nation, which is ruled by a bunch of evil people, then it's going to fall. So they have to be replaced.
And
But you can't replace evil rulers if the majority of the population is evil.
so evil or lost one. So you have good and evil. So in other words, if your whole population is evil, then they're getting the what? The government they deserve, right?
Right, exactly.
So are we getting the government that we deserve?
As a people, yeah.
So why? Now I didn't interrupt you. Why do you think they bailed out the banks?
Oh my gosh. I can't call it one way or the other. There's a lot of different theories, man, but it's
No,
it's
no,
it's,
it's real simple. Why do you think they bailed out the banks?
it's not real simple. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah.
layers to it.
No, it's real simple. Why
A
do you
lot of
think they
layers.
bailed out the banks?
Okay, I'll say the first thing that came to my mind was to incite people to have a thought for government. Well, was that when Obama? That was when Obama first came in, right?
That
It
was
was,
Bush was actually there then. There,
that was Bush.
2008. Obama didn't wasn't sworn into 2009.
It's probably to incite the people's psychology and get them
So
to think a certain way.
so so
Um,
the
also,
Chinese the Chinese did the same thing.
did the same thing to what? To their banks?
Yeah, well, they bailed out the banks too, but did they have the same thought process?
Yeah, I mean, but I said, I mean, there's many different reasons why. I mean,
Okay, there's one big reason. Have you ever seen a bank run?
no, I never seen a bank run. No.
Have you ever heard of a bank run?
Yeah,
Have you ever researched a bank run?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, what happens to the economy when you have a bank run?
You have a severe depression. I mean,
Okay,
it's already
yeah.
happened in the country. Yeah,
And so what happens if all your banks have a bank run?
and you have well, worldwide depression.
Okay, and what do you think would happen with 312 million people during the severe depression that don't live on the land?
It's worldwide destruction.
Okay, so if you're the leader of the world, do you let the banks collapse or do you bail them out?
Well, I'm the leader of the world. They would have never gotten to that point.
I didn't ask you that question.
Take that.
Answer the question.
No, I can't answer that question because
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. It's a simple question. Do
I
you or
can't
don't
answer
you?
the question because that's like asking me what would I do if I was a
No, and you know what? It's good when when women do this. I accept it. When men do it, it's kind of unacceptable. It's
okay,
not manly.
you're telling me to answer something that I would never let happen. No,
In
that's
other words, no. In other words, you just got elected. You're faced with this stuff, and you have to make a decision. What decision do you make? You let them go, or do you let them go, or do you bail them out? One way or the other.
I'd
Make a
find a
choice.
I'd find a
Make a
different
choice.
I'd find a different
Okay. Okay. What choice do you have?
I'd find a different option.
What's your different option?
I think I would have more than like 10 seconds to think about it. So
No, no. Take all. Take. We have 90 days. Take all the time you need. What option do you have? What choice? Make a choice.
if you have 90 days, and I would take that 90 days.
Because this stuff had formulated over the period of like 3 years, and when it finally caught up to them, now you have to make a choice.
3 years.
What do you do?
It,
Yeah.
it's this has been formulating for since they took us off the gold standard. It's not no.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't.
Or the
You can
silver
track it
standard.
back. You can track it back. It started when Bill Clinton took us off the Glass-Steagall Act.
It started with the Federal Reserve, really.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, I did.
How many bank runs did you have before the Federal Reserve?
I don't know how many do we have.
You had at least one money panic every 7 years.
Okay.
Which bank collapses every 7 years, which is the reason the Federal Reserve was actually put in place to prevent that stuff because there was too many shocks to the doggone system.
Yeah,
And
that's
the Federal Reserve didn't do their job because, like all human beings, they think it's different this time. But
well.
the reason that you had a banking collapse worldwide is because it started in the United States is because they removed the last protection that was supposed to prevent that shit, which is what?
Well, they got us off of precious metals a long time ago.
The United States made money off of precious metals. They didn't. There's a reason they took themselves off of precious metals. They actually made money.
Well, there's no way they could have made any money taking us
Yeah,
off.
if I print up money, I give it to you, you give me back goods, and there's nothing back in that paper. Who makes money? Who gets the better benefit?
You get the better benefit.
In other words, United States was giving out paper and they're getting bad goods. Who got the benefit?
They got the benefit.
We got the benefit.
Well, not we, they.
We got the benefits. Your lifestyle. If you look around your room, that stuff was paid by paper money. Okay, if you have a computer and a flat screen, you know how much a computer cost back in 30 years ago? The one you're on now?
It costs a lot because it's brand new. Yeah, I get it. But here's the thing.
You don't get it, man. You don't get it. I can tell you don't get it.
No, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that we benefited from rampant inflation is basically what you're saying, because the dollar has completely devalued to the point where that's the reason why they're trying to move to different things like these cryptocurrency and stuff like that, because the dollar is deflated. It wouldn't have been deflated like this, or inflated. It wouldn't be inflated like this if the Federal Reserve had not been doing what they're doing.
In other words, because this is getting rather long, I would invite you to do more study. I would invite you to be on this channel and actually stick around and do more study.
I understand where you're coming from, but you're not.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
You're looking at it as I'm looking into the future. You're staying right here. You're saying
no.
Good thing that they took us off of the precious metals.
I didn't say it was okay. Do you understand how the gold system actually works?
I'm not an expert. I know the basics.
Okay, give me your basics.
The basics is you have enough money in circulation, have the money in circulation that you have the gold for it.
Okay. What's the downside of that?
Which keeps, as your society increases, and you still have the same amount of money, then there's not going to be enough to go around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in other words, if you have an increasing population, there's not enough money to go around, there's not enough gold. What are the two things that you must do to increase the amount of gold?
You also introduce silver and you mine more gold. I mean,
you mine more gold, or do you do what most people do, or most countries do? They do what?
They get a central bank and then they inflate the money.
They go take it from somebody else
until people. Okay.
A stronger country will do what? Like Germany or whoever, they will do what? Go and take it from a weaker country, right? Germany did that in the 30s.
Right.
Okay. That's what you do. So if you have an increasing population and everybody's going to have the same problem, you have to do what? You have to do what? Modify the gold standard, right?
Yeah, you have to modify it, not just take everybody off.
In other words, they didn't take everybody. Basically, what I'm trying to think of his name now. He did it. He basically devised that plan in the 30s because he saw what was going to happen and basically accepted with Bretton Woods. You have a balance between a fiat system and a gold standard, right?
Right.
In other words, basically the fiat system and the gold standard will allow you to increase your fiat money 3% to do what? Keep up with
population growth. Yeah,
your population growth. That's where your 3%, that your 3% inflation from the Fed actually comes from. It doesn't come out of nowhere. Okay. Now, if
I'm talking about that inflation.
if basically what happened, there's a very good book called Gold, Dollars, and Power, which is kind of most people don't know about it because the Council of Foreign Relations really doesn't want it to be known. And in fact, they took the author so he doesn't try to sell the book, and they gave him a position. Gold, Dollars, and Power explained the Bretton Woods system and why the United States went off the gold system. They didn't get off the gold system voluntarily. They were forced off the gold system by France. Because they started out with 100% of the gold. By the time 1970, 71 rolled around, they had less than 25% of their gold reserves remaining. They were forced off the gold system by France.
Okay.
And they gave the world and they gave the Europeans an option. We will no longer maintain the Bretton Woods system, the Bretton Woods financial system. We will withdraw all our troops and bring them back into the United States because we will no longer spend money outside of the United States. So you can either so if you don't, so the dollars, we will not redeem any more dollars for gold. So you can spend them anywhere you want. You can burn them up. You can trash whatever you want to do. But guess what? We're not redeeming any more dollars for gold. We're going off the gold system.
Okay.
And they threatened them that way. And everybody knew that the world was not ready for another monetary system. So they buckled.
Yeah. And they've been buckling ever since. And
until now.
Now our dollar.
Until 2008 when China came forward. So now we have another system coming up. That's getting ready to be developed. Well, the thing is, you don't know because you don't study.
Yeah, exactly.
You believe.
I don't study everything. Everything I'm saying, I just made up. I just believed it one day.
You believe it, but the thing is, everything you're saying, 90% of it is wrong.
90% of it is wrong.
90% of it is wrong.
So we don't have runaway inflation. That's wrong.
You have runaway inflation. It's not even runaway. Actually, what you have is deflation because prices are actually going down.
Prices are going down.
Yes.
Okay.
You can prove that. Okay. Do you have a flat screen TV? Yes or no?
No, I don't have a flat screen. No.
Okay. You're on a laptop, right? Laptop computer.
I have the basics. Yeah, I have the basic stuff, man. You know.
Okay. The laptop computer you're on, I'm guessing it cost you like maybe $400 or $500, maybe.
Yeah.
About that.
Yeah, about that.
Okay. That computer, I say 10 years ago, what would it cost you?
Yeah, it costs more because
about $4,000.
All laptops were cost more than because of the increase in technology and the efficiency of production.
So what you have basically is deflation.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, you can buy a house today that's $200,000. You could have got it for $50,000 30 years ago. So I wouldn't call that.
You depending on where you are. If you're in the middle of, if you're in the Midwest, like in Kansas, you can buy that house for $30,000.
So the houses in Kansas are $30,000. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Some lower than that.
Regular houses.
Yeah. In fact, last year? Because I was on Zillow, and I was thinking about getting one. I think that house was $30,000. It was a 4-bedroom house with a basement. It was 2200.
Okay, was it a foreclosure or a tax lien or something like that?
No. It wasn't tax lien. That's what they were selling it for.
It's a regular house. Okay. Well, I have to move to Kansas then.
Yeah, if you want.
I don't know anybody that can buy a regular house for $30,000-$40,000.
So what do they say about real estate? What it depend on?
Location, right?
Location, exactly.
Okay. So yeah, well, I'm gonna have to move to Kansas then.
Well, you move to Kansas if you want to buy a house.
I know that for the majority of people that I've talked to and that I've seen, the housing and the mortgages are worse now than they've been.
Depending on where you are. A mortgage. When I was a young man in my 20s, the mortgage rate was 13%.
Okay.
What is it now?
Right now, it's less.
Like
right
4?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. It's variable.
What's the total price of the house though? There's a big difference on your average city. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I haven't studied up on the rural areas, but your average city, the prices are way higher.
The prices are higher for because of demand in certain areas, and that's always been the case. New York City's always been high.
I mean, you had suburbs that had a bunch of neighborhoods in the 50s. It was a lot cheaper than it is now.
There's 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 plenty of housing, but the thing is, what is there not?
There's a lot of demand for housing. I said
You
that.
know, in certain areas, but saying this, how about the low demand areas? How come people don't move to the low demand areas?
I don't know. Kansas. Tell me why.
Jobs,
Okay.
having work,
Okay.
right? And in
All right.
fact, if they really let loose all the technology, the price of housing would be a price of a house will be less than like 10 grand if they really let go of the technology.
Exactly. And why won't they do that?
What would happen to the price of housing and people in it that already have a mortgage? What would happen to their investment?
It would devalue.
Exactly. Who would that hurt?
That probably hurt them.
Hurt them and who? The bank.
Oh, so it's all about the banks.
It's about the whole
So it boils down to it's all about the people that control the money.
It hurts everybody. So if you just all of a sudden start devaluing houses, it's gonna hurt everybody, right?
I wouldn't say it would hurt everybody. I mean, people they get over it. You know, it
Okay,
hurts their pride.
okay, let's put it this way. If you were a landlord, say you just a small size landlord, right? You were just a guy that had your unit and had 3 more units, and basically you were not living off, but it was helping you live off your place in the rent, right?
Uh-huh.
You're not a big mogul, right? You're just a regular dude, right? That saw an advantage, right? Invested in housing, in a 4 unit apartment building, and you live in one, and you basically that's what that supplements your income, right?
Right. And then people start moving out and getting the cheap stuff.
Yeah. What happened to you?
I do something else, I guess.
Yeah, you do something else. Yeah,
Lord, just lower the prices. You know,
well, yeah. How much you gonna lower them to?
have to lower them to where they're competitive.
So they're competitive. Okay, say if you have a mortgage.
Yeah, then the banks get hurt because they're not going to lower.
And banks get hurt, and also and also the banks, the people that are retired, all the pensioners, and a whole bunch of other people get hurt. Your local municipality, because it has taxes and stuff like that. Everybody gets hurt. In other words, you have a whole system that depends on this. So basically, if you do it, whatever.
How does your pensions get hurt?
Because in other words, how do you think your pensions get paid? They invest the pension money and do what?
They invest in the stock market, right?
Or wherever they invest it, right? To pay people, right? That's what your pension is based on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you do that, it's not just banks get hurt, or the people that invest get hurt. Who else gets hurt?
Okay, but then you got to think about the benefits that they may have.
In other words, it gets far more complex, right?
Yeah.
So in other words, so you doing it or not doing it is far more complicated than making houses affordable to everybody, right?
Right.
We quickly call that the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are systems that do not like to die, institutions that don't like to die, and people depend on them. So so in other words, if you unleash this technology, which they're not going to have much choice, because China has a 3D printer that can build a house in 12 hours. 3-bedroom, 1-story, 3-bedroom house in 12 hours. If you want to wait 12 more hours, they can build another story on top of it. You come in, they assemble that bad boy, put the floor in. Basically, you come in and you finish it yourself. In other words, they can do that in 12 hours. They can do it for about $5,000.
Yeah.
Brand new, right off the bat. What would that do to housing? And that's just now. What happens when it becomes cheaper?
Yeah, it's intense. I mean, there's good and bad. Yeah, that'll happen because of that.
And that's just one technology.
Yeah.
Just one. Not even made. That's a new one, but it's just one.
One technology. So why in the world would they introduce something that's actually going to help people live longer? And people believe that that's actually going to work. That'll destroy the whole healthcare system. So that's my whole point.
Because if they don't do it, somebody else will.
Exactly.
If that's what the problem is, that's what I'm talking about. If they don't do it, that leads you back, circling back to the argument that I just made about an hour and a half earlier.
They're choosing to release the technologies that are the most invasive into your own body and your own DNA, but they won't release the technologies that will have better housing, better farming, better food, and all that type of stuff.
They're going to release it because they have to.
We'll see. It seems like I don't see them, making
it's not fact that they release it. It's already, the thing is, once somebody invents it, that means it's what?
I don't know.
If somebody has a machine in production that does that, that means it's already done what? It's already been released, right?
Yeah.
It's released. It's out there.
Yeah. But I mean on a mass scale.
No. In other words, once it's released and it works, it's gonna make it cheaper. It's gonna they're gonna halt it or stop it when somebody else has control of it? No. It's gonna expand, right?
They stopped electric cars for like 100 years, so. And that's because of the not let the dinosaur big oil die.
Okay. Okay. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting into tech. What is the difference between what is the difference between a gasoline car and an electric car?
I don't know. I mean, an electric car runs off of a battery, a DC current.
Off a battery, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the limitation on an electric car?
It has to be recharged.
The battery technology wasn't there yet. And they were burning out the battery. That's the problem now. Is the battery.
You tell me out of 100 years they couldn't improve the battery? It doesn't make any sense. They stopped.
Okay, human beings have been around how long? Just your estimation, according to your belief.
I guess I think say 10,000 years. I don't really know.
Okay, you according to you, human beings have been around 10,000 years, according to you, right?
Yeah.
From 10,000. So when was the first battery invented, or battery actually invented?
I think they had batteries like in most of the all the cultures that were ruling at that time had batteries. I know they had batteries in Egypt.
When was the first practical battery invented?
When? I don't know, but it's been like probably a thousand.
Nah, it's been less than. It's been really in the mid 19th century. The lead acid battery.
In recent history, yeah, I guess you could say that.
So in other words, in 100 years is a very small slice of time.
Exactly, but they took a computer that they didn't even have 100 years ago, and now they're trying to make mind control technology using Facebook and Google. So I think they can do what they put their mind to. You know what I mean?
The technology is already there. They don't mind control technology has been around since the tribe. Okay, mind control technology. It might have been
Google and Facebook
not as advanced.
Reading technology using Google and Facebook. And Facebook. There were no computers 100 years ago.
It doesn't matter. The thing is, the knowledge of propaganda was written when in the 1910s.
Yep.
That's what. It's mind control, right?
Yeah. But the computer technology has accelerated to the point. In 50 years, it's accelerated more than they say the battery has accelerated in 100 years.
Because there's a physics.
They did it to keep the
okay. Do you know anything about chemistry?
A little bit, not really.
So in other words, the battery is a chemical reaction. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand.
If the why do you think lithium-ion batteries are dangerous?
No, they can catch fire.
because they can blow the fuck up. So in other words, the closer you get to 100% free battery storage, the closer you get to making a bomb.
Yeah, yeah.
So in other words, if you had lithium ion before and you sat on it and you charged it, you were risking your life because it would blow up.
Right.
And that is the problem they're having now. They have reached the limits of the battery technology because any
Oh,
more pushing of the battery technology will blow it up.
okay, that's what they say. I mean, they
What
got
do you have well that's what they said. Do you have
you
anything
got.
to the contrary? Okay, give me one. Okay, what's your idea to the contrary?
I don't believe that they just don't have.
And what's a belief? Okay, and we get back to belief.
They can. Well, it's based off of observation. You take
Okay.
100 years ago, they already
Mhm.
had a battery. 100 years ago, there were no personal computers. If there were computers, nowhere near the level of even. I don't think there were any computers. So you go from that technology, a computer technology, to what we have. Everybody has a computer in their pocket, but you're saying you can't take a battery and make it usable in the vehicle?
What's the difference between a battery and a computer?
No way, man.
What's the difference between a battery and a computer?
What do you mean? What's the difference? What do you mean?
Does a computer depend?
Battery generates energy through chemical reaction.
So you have a chemical limitation.
Yeah,
Your battery technology where you do not have it on your computer.
you have a chemical.
I know it's hard. I know it's hard for you to wrap your mind around it.
Yeah, it is hard to wrap my mind around because they can build space shuttles and stuff like that, but you're saying that they can't understand how to make a battery.
Because there's a physical limitation.
No physical limitations to build space shuttles to go in outer space.
Because space shuttles have a physical limitation.
Yeah, but they built those. And they
In other words, how fast can you propel a space shuttle without killing the occupants?
Well, they say they went to the moon, man. So
No. I asked you a question. You're not answering the question.
how fast can you?
How fast can you propel a space shuttle without killing the occupants?
I don't know.
In other words, you go beyond 3 Gs, you're gonna kill the occupants.
Okay.
So there's a limitation on how fast a space shuttle can go with people in it.
Right.
And there's a chemical physical limitation by using hydrogen and oxygen, right? Because if you pump it up at too much too fast, what you're gonna make? You're gonna make a what?
Explosion, I guess.
A bomb. There's a chemical limitation to a space shuttle.
Yeah.
You can build it as big as you want. You can build a space shuttle as big as you want, right? As far as lift, right? It's lift, right?
Yeah.
Huh? It's lift. So is there a limitation on how big the space shuttle can be?
Yeah, but my point is that they made a space shuttle.
So they made an electric battery. So what? Is there a limitation?
It blows my mind how people believe that they can't make a stable electric car or using some other type of fuel.
There is a stable electric car. We have them now.
Yeah, but you're saying that they just figured out how to make it run smoothly.
In other words, no, they could do it, but how far would it run?
So you're saying, you're saying they just made one that can run like a regular vehicle just now.
Because what? They changed
but they were able to go to the moon in 1969, but they just in 2000 something were able to figure out how to make it.
Because they're two different technologies, dude. Do you understand that?
Yeah, so a space shuttle going to the moon is easier than making an electric car.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Transmitting the Van Allen belt. Transmitting the Van Allen belt.
Yes. Because there's no limitation. There's not the limitation is not the same. Do you understand that?
Yeah, obviously the limitation is much easier getting out of Earth's atmosphere.
Okay, say traveling at light speed, or can a space shuttle travel at light speed?
No,
Why?
I don't know.
Because
I don't
there's a
know.
technological limitation to it.
Yeah, we're not trying to get a car to travel at light speed. Just trying to get it to get you from
You know,
point A to B.
you back then had electric motors. You could actually take lead acid batteries, hook
Uh-huh.
it up, and drive it.
You know, they got
They, they've had electric cars for how long?
a long time, and they never developed
Exactly. It's the
technology.
same thing. So
They
what
supp-
was the limitation on an electric car?
the limitation was suppression of the people that were
No, no. Well,
producing.
I'm asking you a question. What was the limitation? What do you think the limitation was?
There was no limitation because you don't have to just electric car doesn't have to just be powered off of a battery. You can have solar. They've used solar energy for
They
I don't know
they
how
do
long.
they do it every year.
And they combine it. You can combine the electric with the solar. You can combine it with whatever water. You can use all air.
So in
I
other
mean,
words,
technology's out here.
in other words, there's a physical limitation on the transfers of energy from electric from making it generating the electricity
Uh-huh.
and pulling it to the motor.
Right.
So in other words, how fast and how far can you drive an electric? Could you have back say 20 years ago? Could you drive an electric car off of batteries?
Okay, if you're basing it off of what they released 20 years ago, they couldn't drive it far. But what I'm saying is the technology has already been there to be able to probably outperform these cars
What's
today. Still not.
what's the difference between the technology, the electric cars now, and the electric car now and the electric cars then?
I don't know, man. I'm not an expert.
It's called battery technology. You're not an expert. It's called battery technology. Lithium ion batteries are a new technology. They finally got it to the point where it's stable. It won't blow the fuck up. That's new.
That's not new. They had cars that
No,
were
they didn't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
look it up.
Look at it. Already looked up, man. Why do you think your cell phone is able to drive a cell phone now with a little bitty tiny battery now than the what it would take 20 years ago?
Okay. The tech,
Exactly. The
technology
battery
improved, right?
technology.
Technology
Yeah.
improved, right? That's what I'm saying. Okay, there were barely any phones 100 years ago, and we go from that to what we have now. And you telling me
Yeah.
that they can improve every other technology, but they can't improve electric cars. But
So,
it's just coincidence that
because
roughly around
because you're not a chemist. Number one. Number two, you don't believe it
I'm not a
because you don't
chemist.
want to believe it. If you explored it, then you would know what the chemical limitations are. There's only a few ways to make a battery without making a bomb.
Okay, you got batteries and everything there, and
And basically, the lithium ion batteries are still dangerous. They're still dangerous.
yeah,
Okay.
power lines are still dangerous too. But
Huh?
power lines are still dangerous too. You
Do
know
you
what I
carry
mean?
a power line in your pocket?
They work.
Huh?
No, no.
Okay.
But
Oh, so
there's
do
no
you
way
take you
somebody can tell me that you give $100 million to the top engineers on Earth right now, or in America
mhm.
right now, and they cannot make a fully functional car that's run off of electricity or some type of alternate source within 3 months. You can't tell me that.
Other than what's already here? What's other than what's already here? They spend
Electric
trillions
car
of dollars, man. They didn't spend $100 million. They spent trillions of dollars on this. It's already been spent. What are you talking about?
Who spent trillions of dollars
They
on it?
spent trillions of dollars in developing the lithium ion battery. They spent trillions of dollars and spend billions and billions of dollars in battery technology right now. What are you talking about? What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
we have the technology right now. They just started spending it. Were they doing this in the?
No, yes, they were because there's too much money to be made.
That's what I'm saying. The oil industry was making all the money. They're not going to allow the capitalists that you're talking about, combined with the communist government.
See, oh, dude, come on now. Let's stay off of that for a second. I'm talking about logic. We're doing logic right now. We're not talking about belief. No, it's not. Dude, no, dude. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this about 30 more minutes, dude, because
what's illogical? Okay, but what's illogical is to think that a technology that started over 100 years ago had zero progress until the last 5-10 years. That's what's illogical.
It did not have zero progress.
Certain people.
It did not have.
There were electric cars in 1970.
Oh, if you look at batteries, if you look at a battery 100 years ago, how many types of batteries have we had over the past 100 years?
I'm talking about cars.
I'm talking about well, battery is a battery, whether it's a car, whether it goes in a phone, whether it goes any place. How many types of batteries have we had in the last 100 years?
I don't know, a bunch, but I'm talking about cars.
Another word. No. Wait a minute. Well, hold on a second. All the difference between a car battery and a battery that goes in your phone is scale. That's all it is. Scale.
We still have batteries in our cars, regular cars.
And we have what kind of batteries are they?
DC current, same as every other.
Oh, come on, dude. Lead acid. All batteries are DC current. There is no alternating current in batteries. Okay.
That's what I said. It's DC current. You say what kind of battery?
All right, dude. All right. Okay. I see. You're not gonna accept it. And when I'm talking about it, saying DC current, it means you don't know what you're talking about. All right. Okay. Don't even. We're gonna just stop that one because. When you say DC current, that means you don't know what you're talking about. I'm a chemist. You know, I was a chemistry major, and that doesn't cut it.
Okay, so is DC current not? Is that not what type of batteries?
The DC current is any battery is DC current.
Okay, so
any
I was right.
Battery. No, right. any battery is DC current.
Okay, so you say what kind of battery?
What's the difference? So how do you get alternating current? How do you get alternating current?
You transfer from the battery. You transfer the DC current to the.
No. How do you get alternating current? From a trifold generator, okay, with magnets, with magnets, at least magnets on 4 sides, so that as it winds, you're going to get a negative. You're going to get a negative phase and a positive phase, right? In other words, you're going to get, as it winds, you're going to one half of it, 1/4 of it is going to be one half is going to be negative, one half of it is going to be positive, right? And then, right. So basically, in other words, the current would go back and forth. You do not have that in a battery.
I know. That's why I say DC current. The AC is the sine wave, right? Where you have the positive and negative.
Yeah, but what generates an AC current?
You just said, right? The generator or the transformer.
The generator. Is a generator a battery?
Or is a generator a battery? No.
Okay, so all batteries, by definition, are what? Direct current, right?
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, you didn't say that.
I said DC current. That's what DC stands for, direct current.
You don't know. So now, how many types of batteries can you generate electric current with chemically?
How many types can you generate electric current?
Yeah.
You use a battery to generate.
Okay, current. You don't know. Okay, you don't know. You have at least 10. Okay,
batteries.
The battery you use in your car that you've been using for 100 years is a lead acid battery. Before that, it was a salt battery. You could use actually a salt battery, which is the ancients used salt batteries. The salt, and I think it was salt. Was salt and water, salt and something else. I can't remember exactly what it was. Okay, you have nickel. You have nickel. You ever heard of NiCads?
NiCads, probably not.
Nickel cadmium. You never heard of those?
Nickel cadmium. I've heard of cadmium, but not nickel.
Nickel cadmium. You ever heard of that? Okay, nickel and cadmium are two different things. They're two different. When you put them together, they generate what? Electricity.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lead, sulfuric acid and lead place will generate what?
I don't know. Sulfuric.
Electricity. Well, your lead acid battery, which is the one you have in a regular car, is sulfuric acid and lead
Okay.
and lead
Awesome.
plates. They generate direct current when they're mixed together, right?
Right.
And when you recharge it, the basically the lead ions that get dissolved by the sulfuric acid, when you regenerate them, basically they redeposit back on the lead plates. That's how come that's how come they're so efficient, right? It's so durable, because you're constantly regenerating what? The solution back into what, until what? The reason that the battery short out is that you get the deposits down at the bottom of the battery, and they short out the plates. But
okay,
you cannot do that with nickel cadmium. Is rechargeable, okay, but they burn out. Same thing with all the other ones. In other words, there's a physical chemical limitation to all these, and some of them. And the closer you get to maximum transfer of energy, right, from a solution, the closer you get to what? A bomb. So they started with something that was relatively simple, that wouldn't explode, and the further you go up, the closer you get, the more energy you output in the shortest amount of time, you get to be what? A bomb. A bomb is one instant release of energy.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what. In other words, there's a chemical limitation.
Okay, I'm not denying
how you develop these batteries.
Denying that there's chemical limitations. There's chemical limitations to everything.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, it's funny to me how these people got rich off of oil, and you have people that are documented like Rockefeller, who would try to sabotage other people's businesses and other startups so that he could stay rich. And just so happen that we can have all these other technologies increase, except for the car, which has to use gasoline.
Okay. How do you generate? Because the battery doesn't come with electricity. How do you generate it?
You have to have a generator.
And what runs it? What turns the generator? Water.
Yeah.
Heat.
Something.
Heat and steam, which is nuclear or gas fired or something like that. Or you have natural gas. You got petroleum, right? A battery doesn't generate energy; it stores it. It's storage. So a lithium-ion battery would not basically threaten the oil industry. You know why? You use gas and oil to generate energy, not store it.
So the lithium ion won't threaten the oil industry.
No, it doesn't generate energy. Solar will, wind will.
So wait a minute.
Tidal will.
So if people start using lithium batteries and they're not having to use as much gas, that's not going to hurt the oil industry, you're saying?
In fact, you actually use more oil by having these devices than less.
Why is that?
Because all those power hungry devices have to be fed with what?
I don't know. I don't have an electric car.
No. Well, you don't have to have an electric car. Do you not have to plug your cell phone in?
Yeah.
Or your computer in?
Oh, so you're talking about the power plants or the coal burning and all that stuff?
Coal burning, whatever, right?
Okay.
You got to generate.
When you're recharging the battery, they're still going to be making money.
Yeah.
That's the oil industry or the coal burning?
Anybody that's in the energy sector is going to be making money. The more you have them, the more devices you put up, the more power hungry the civilization is going to get, right? You sell more.
Okay, I have to look into that. I didn't realize.
You didn't think about that, right? I know.
No, I didn't think about that. No.
Yeah, you didn't think about that.
No, because I thought that gas was a big moneymaker and oil was a big moneymaker.
It is.
I didn't think burning coal is the same thing as getting gasoline.
When you have an electric car, what do you have to do?
You have to charge up the battery.
How do you charge the battery up?
And we just went over that. I understand, but the coal burning and stuff like that from the power plants, where did they get the coal burning from? Okay, so from the power
Yeah,
plant,
yeah. Or gas or diesel fuel, whatever, right?
that being replaced, that replacing, putting gas in the car, I didn't think that that was a even replacement. So I have to look up on that.
And well,
Maybe
they
it
they
is a replacement.
they and that they explained it because I've been following this because I'm basically I was a chemistry major, right? So chemist, right? So I've been following this stuff for 40 years, okay? And they've been talking about it, okay? Um, there's storage. There's different types of storage. Helium, believe it or not, is storage. It's not. It's basically a different kind of battery. It's energy storage, right? It's not a battery, but it's energy storage because you have to do what? You have to use power to separate the what? Helium and the oxygen, right? Hydrogen and the oxygen, not helium, but uh, hydrogen powered, right? It's
Okay.
water. You have to separate. How do you get hydrogen? You have to separate water and separate the molecules. How do you do that? You have to do it with electricity, right? So you put
Okay.
enough energy in to separate the molecules, and then when you get ready to drive, it's like a battery. In other words, the oxygen and the hydrogen mix back up, you turn back and explode, turn back into water, and then you
Uh-huh.
start the system all over again. It's a battery. It's storage. It's not generation.
Okay.
So, so basically, what the electric car was not a threat to the oil and gas industry because you still have to plug the car up into something to get energy. Now, solar, wind, yeah, you could do that. Now, if you get enough solar, because solar wasn't cheap until the Chinese got into it. They basically did slow down solar. But the thing is, once solar technology got out and the Chinese started developing it, and they could develop it faster, cheaper, and better.
Uh-huh.
Now, what do the United States have to do to compete?
They started doing solar as well, right?
They have to make solar panels. If they want to make solar panels, they have to do it faster, cheaper, and better.
Yeah.
And so now since Edward Snowden basically uh, gave the Chinese and the Russians the ability to steal all the unknown technology, undeveloped technology that they want to. So now
Uh-huh.
you have four different regions trying to compete against each other to advance technology. So now you
Okay.
have an arms race. What happens during an arms race?
I don't know.
In other words, development has to be very, very rapid. So now when you hit in the phase where development is going to be very, very rapid, and we're not at the tail end, we're just at the nose of it. We haven't gotten to the tail. We're just at
Yeah.
the nose of this stuff. And this stuff is going to explode. We're just starting to see it explode just
Okay.
now.
Question: do you think that since you said okay that we're starting the arms race since Snowden let all this information out the bag,
hmm
so
hmm
that the governments or the corporations had this technology prior to?
They had, in other words, in other words, it hadn't been developed. They didn't have the technology. There you have the
So
There's
now,
two parts. No, there's two parts. You have technologies when you develop it, right? But when you have the what do they call it? The research.
uh-huh,
Okay, all research is not turned into technology. So in other words, like just like the CRISPR, right? You had three different people doing research, right?
yeah,
All different people. There, one lady, she found this about bacteria. Another lady, she found this, that how you could how that particular bacteria, when you slice it apart, it can actually repair DNA and whatnot, right? And then you had another dude that was I think it was in Sweden, that knew how to control a particular protein to make up the whole system work, right? So now
right.
you have basic research from all these three people, and so now you have to do what? You have to turn it into something practical. That's technology.
Okay, so basically, when they put their mind to it, they're able to do it.
In other words, when the thing is, when somebody comes up with a discovery, like that discovery about the CRISPR was by accident.
Okay,
Okay. Because like she described, the lady was looking at how bacteria lived in a toxic mine, like 2 miles below the surface, right? How can they live in this toxic environment? So she did an experiment on it, right?
hmm,
And then she saw how this bacteria was constantly repairing itself and adapting to its environment, right?
Okay.
So the next lady, she looked at it and she says, okay, the reason they can do that, looking at the DNA and about they're doing this, that, and the other, right? And there's one particular thing that the Cas9 that protein was actually adapting the DNA of the bacteria so that it can actually each evolution and can actually adapt to its environment, right? Nature was programming it, right? They
Right.
didn't know how to program it, but the dude in Sweden did. They said,
They,
okay,
they
we
came
can
together.
take it. All
Yeah.
came together. It all
Yeah.
came together,
When they
right?
put their mind to it, they're able to do it.
Uh,
Just like we're
no, no,
developing.
no, no. Well, let me finish. Okay, that's basic research, right? That's basic research. They say, well, okay, now we know how to do all this. That's basic research. Now we need somebody to turn it into what? A product, right? A system to where we can actually do it. That's technology. So
Okay.
what was stolen was basic research because they didn't want to turn the basic research into technology, right? It's sitting
Right.
there. But guess who will turn it into technology?
The other countries.
The other countries. So if
Yeah.
you don't do it, who does?
So they purposely were sitting on something that they knew they could have turned into technology.
Yes, they were.
Yeah, that's my point.
But what I'm saying is, and that's not all at the same rate, because most discoveries are by accident. I would say like 99% of discoveries are by accident. Some do by accident. Have a lot of different hammers pounding on something. Some dude discovers, okay, when I do this, this will happen. So he keeps repeating it. So okay, every time I do this will happen. And some dude says, hey, how'd you do that? He says, well, I do it this way. He said, I've been looking for that answer because when I do this, I can't get that. So can you come up? And that's how technology happens, by accident.
Yeah, I would say that's called God, not accident, because the universe.
We're not introducing beliefs into this,
I
okay?
know, but the universe tends to chaos, not construction.
No, the universe tends to order, not chaos.
You have to purposely order a chaotic universe. That's what
No, there's no such thing as a chaotic universe.
it is.
No, it isn't.
Complete decay. Okay, you can't just sit in your house forever and not do any repairs on it. It doesn't get better. It gets worse. You have to go and you have to repair it. So that is you bringing order to it.
So in other words, if every structure, every body that was not alive didn't break down, what would happen to the world?
If everybody that was not alive didn't break down.
What if every structure stayed up forever? What would happen to the world?
If every structure stayed up, you'd have to knock them down. I mean,
In other words, so that's basically nature is doing that, or kind of get back to its natural state, right?
yeah, exactly. So you have to.
So in other words, to keep nature from bringing it back to its natural state, which is order in its mind, you have to do what? Do something different, right?
No, I wouldn't say order. I would say disorder. Because if you sit and do nothing, then you'll just deteriorate and die.
And if you don't eat, you deteriorate and die. What's going to happen to your body?
Then you decompose.
Decompose, right? Which is what it's designed to do, right?
Yeah, that's the yin and the yang. That's the yin and the yang.
Yeah. In other words, there's no such thing as chaos. It's apparent chaos. To you, it's chaos. It's not orderly, but to the universe, it is. It's obeying its natural law.
Well, as a conscious person, you have to purposely make your life orderly.
In other words, you cannot go against natural law, no matter what you do. You can work with it, but you can't go against it.
No, but you have to purposely make your life orderly. It's not by accident.
Orderly to whom?
To you.
To you.
Yeah, you have to be a chemist. You have to study chemistry. You couldn't just say, "Hey, I'm a chemist." You have to go and make order to it.
To you. What I'm saying is, in nature, if you ran out there and did nothing, what would happen? You die and decay, right? And that's part of nature. That's part of the order of nature, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not chaos.
Yeah, I'm
You're not following me.
Earth is going to continue. The Earth is going to continue regardless.
Until what?
I don't know, but it's going to continue regardless.
Until the sun does what? Supernova, and it's going to basically destroy itself and start all over, right?
If you believe in that, I don't think that has any type of. I
Have
think
you have they shown supernovas?
yeah, they've shown a lot of things.
Okay.
They
So in other words, they show it. So in other words, you believe that it can happen
show
out there, but it's not going to happen to you, right?
UFOs too, but just because they put it on TV doesn't mean that it's actually true.
Okay.
I don't really get into the space stuff
So
because I don't
well, you
really.
don't get well. You believe. Wait a minute. You believe in conspiracy.
Yeah,
That's
because
very difficult.
that's provable documentation.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You believe in conspiracy that you really cannot really prove and you really can't see, but you disbelieve what you see out and with science and out in the universe, right? You
Well,
disbelieve that.
no, well, the conspiracy that I believe in, I can prove documentation from hundreds of years. And if
Uh-huh.
you go that far into it, all you have to do is go and get
How,
into your local high-ranking Mason or whatever the case may be, and they'll tell you all about it.
they would no, they won't. They would because I'm a Gnostic and I know what they talk about, and that's not it.
Okay, well, I've heard from ones that have gotten out.
They're Masons. They're Masons. What I talk about, Masons agree with because I got higher order Masons in my subscriptions, and if I was saying something wrong, they would tell me. The guy
Yeah,
I learned from
no,
was the Mason.
at every level, you get a higher level of
Dude,
information.
please, dude, please,
What?
stop, stop. You don't know. Okay, you don't know. I do. No, you don't. You don't know. I do
How's up?
because I talked to him. In fact, as a couple hostile adept, if he was here, he's probably driving a truck. He's a Mason. Okay, I talked to him. There's a couple of about 3 or 4 of them in here,
What
and I don't know
degree?
if they're if huh.
What
Well, he
degree?
said he didn't go to the upper degrees, but
Hey, well,
I
the
talked to him.
I've
And
researched.
the guy I learned from, he was a high order Mason. So what?
Yeah, that's where I get mine from. The people that I've researched were
No,
third and above.
what I'm saying, I talked to these are people I learned from. I talked to them, and basically, you can see it by the results. The people, you know why I have 7,000 subs? You know why I have 7,000 subs?
Um,
Because the information I put out turns out to be true. Okay, because I know what I'm talking about. And everything that I say can be proven, not just by me, but in the headlines. It's happening every day. People didn't a year and a half ago. I said the universal basic income was coming. Right? Everybody laughed and bullshitted and laughed at me. Well, you know what's happening now? They believe me because it's coming. When I said
yeah,
automation was going to eliminate 90% of your jobs, people laughed. All right? They said it couldn't happen. Now they believe it because it's coming. I know what
yeah,
I'm talking about,
yeah,
and
it's
you
awesome.
don't. And you don't.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I wish you did, because it's not a debate. Okay, it's not a debate because the people that I talk to all over the world, no matter what position they're in, all agree because they know what's going to go on.
Okay,
The people that are actually in charge,
I haven't.
that monitor me, actually know what's going on because they know what's going on. They know what's getting ready to happen. The thing is, most black people like you don't. That's why I have a channel like this. That's like I might put up stuff like this. It's not to debate about it. CRISPR is already here. How you feel about it is irrelevant to me. I didn't put it up for that. I didn't put it up to say that, okay, I don't believe it, I disbelieve. Okay, it's already here. Now, how are you going to deal with it?
We know it's already here. Okay, so how should we deal with it? That's the whole point of me putting that up. My thing is we should speak against it and not allow it to come
You can
because
you can speak against it, but it's not going to stop it. So speaking against it is not going
you
to do
don't know
very
that.
much good.
You don't know that. There's a lot of things that have been stopped on Earth, but
Like what? Like what? According to you, nothing. Because the people in charge are going to make sure it happens, right?
no, I never said that.
You just said it. Yeah, you've been talking about it the whole time. They're going to make sure it happens. They're going to push it out there.
I didn't say that. I said that they have planned it, and I also commented and I said that it can be changed, but
How?
if people embrace it and get
So,
and go and start embracing the technology instead of ignoring it,
okay,
then
I'm a betting man. What do you think what do you think the odds of them stopping it are?
The odds of them stopping it are,
I'm talking about the people that want to stop it. What are the odds of people, the regular people, stopping this?
what are the odds? I don't know.
No, give me a guess. You could, you got a gut. Give me a guess. 50
Um,
50, 60 40, 10%, 5%, what?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
You know, I mean, like I said, I mean,
You
they
see, if
planned this
if
stuff a long time ago. This is already
if
happening.
black people came together and basically use their money wisely, if black people came together and raised their family better, if black people
Yeah.
if black people educated their kids to the highest extent possible, if black people stopped tricking and using their reproductive parts willy-nilly, if
Then if all that, then I think it would be a high chance.
if yes, well, if is a gamble.
Yeah,
So what are the odds of all these ifs coming together?
it's still a choice. It's still a
It's
choice. What are the
yeah,
odds
but
of all coming together? I don't know.
it's very small,
What are the odds of a universe being created out of dark matter?
very good, because it's here.
Yeah,
Because you don't understand how the mechanism works either, do you?
I'm not an expert on dark matter like you are.
No. You don't understand how you have a belief of how the universe was created.
Yeah,
Now, yeah, I do too. But I'm saying is, you know that okay, just say the God created it, right? Do you know how?
I have I don't know for sure. No. What do I think? I think it's a digitalized universe,
What
but
does that mean?
I can't prove it.
What does that mean?
It's a virtual reality. I believe
Okay,
in virtual reality theory. That
okay. Projected on what? Projected on what? Under what?
um, what do you mean projected onto what?
Okay, so do you believe that the universe is solid, is fluid, is ether? What?
Information. It's just digitized. Like if like we're the players of a video game. That's
Okay. What is all the information stored in?
I don't know, some type of hard drive somewhere. That's something that we can't really
Okay,
know.
okay.
If you want to, if you want details on that,
Oh gosh. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I've heard it, man. I've
why are you
heard them
laughing?
all. I've heard them all. I've
Why are
heard
you
them all.
laughing? You believe in dark matter that didn't exist, that just always existed. You're laughing about.
Because
I'm not.
because it's been
I'm not.
proven already.
How can you prove? How can you prove that?
Okay, because the Hadron Collider smashed the smallest particles they could detect. And there was still something there. In other words, mathematically, by physically testing it, they know that dark matter exists. They can't, it's very difficult for them to detect it, but they know it exists.
Yeah. What is dark matter? A bunch of
Hmm?
helium. What is dark
No,
matter? Helium ions.
no. Are helium ions are can be detected.
Yeah, but nobody knows.
Helium ions are not dark matter. Dark matter is the underlying structure, the underlying essence of the universe.
Okay. But my whole, however it was created, maybe it was created by from dark matter or whatever. But I believe that God,
We're not even get into that, but
yeah, but it had to be created by some type of intelligence.
we agree there. We
Just
agree there. But I asked you, did you know how?
okay. So if we agree there, then you believe in God, then, man.
No, I didn't say I didn't believe in God.
Yes, you did. You said you're
No, I
agnostic.
didn't.
Oh, you're agnostic, right?
I'm Gnostic. Do you know the difference between an agnostic and a Gnostic?
Oh yeah, I know a difference. So you study the hidden mystery stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So you believe in God then? All
I
right.
didn't say I didn't.
Okay. So I didn't know that. We agree on that. Cool. Nobody knows how.
You, if a dude has a nickname Black Gnostic, what do you think that means?
A person who believes in who studies the mystery religions.
Exactly. So my name should have told you exactly that I do believe in God.
Oh, you didn't sound like it, but okay, cool.
What do you mean I didn't sound like it?
Well, you're speaking like religion is you're talking about. You got all these atheists and stuff that follow you and
I
everything.
have atheists. I have atheists. I have Hebrew Israelites. I got Christians. I got all these people that are in my group. I don't want cat fights about religion. So I don't allow it in my group because it doesn't help anything. What you believe in is your belief, and I respect everybody's belief, even if they're atheists. They have a right to believe what they want to believe.
Okay, so do you think that God has what role does God play in our world? So just all up
What
to us.
what role? Okay, God sets down. Somebody has set down the rules, right?
Yeah, the real set. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, God is basically the referee, right?
yeah.
Okay. If God interfered in everything that human beings did and controlled everything human beings did, would they have free will?
No, they wouldn't.
Okay. So if God made a rule that you have free will, can he violate that rule?
No,
He has to let you do
but you want.
what you want.
Yeah. So
And
cause and
hope.
effect. So that means that if we see that if you do good, 9 times out of 10, good is going to come upon you, right? Cause and
Nine
effect.
times out of 10. Yeah.
Okay. So if your society is completely immoral,
What's going to happen to it
it's gonna
eventually?
it's gonna fall, and then another one's gonna rise up.
But is there usefulness in a society like that?
Slaves.
No, not their slaves. Slaves. Well, slaves have existed in all societies. Is there? Has the United States contributed to something to the world?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So no matter what we think about the United States, which was founded under what? One nation under what?
God.
God.
Yeah,
Yeah. But human beings do is they often do is do what? They go off the path, right?
exactly. So they're
Okay.
fine. So the purpose. So we know that if we are geared towards righteousness, that eventually is going to be good for us. If we're geared towards wickedness, it eventually is going to be bad for us.
So why do we keep doing the same things over and over again?
Um,
Since you want to talk religion and religious ethics, let's go there. Why do you
we
think
do
people
not
do things
trust.
over and over again?
We do not trust our spirit and what's inside of us. We let the media and the society become our brain. So
Before, so
as a
has
child, so take a child, take a girl, like because
hold on. You keep blaming the media. So have societies gone wicked and declined before there was media?
have society, yeah. Well, our society,
No, no, any society before us.
I'm sure. Yeah, I haven't really studied the
No,
media.
no. If you study the Bible, man, you see countless. All they do is recount societies that have gone wicked and declined and been destroyed. Right.
Yeah, but they always had an influence of leaders.
So, in other words, human beings keep doing the same things over and over again, regardless of the technology that they have. Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's part of the human condition, right?
Right.
So, no matter what technology they have, do you think they will keep doing the same thing?
Right. No matter what,
No
it's
matter what, because that
because
is what
what's
that's the
inside.
essence.
What's in the
That's
person's
the
heart.
essence. It's because we have both sides. You have what? You have good and you have what?
Evil. And that's the whole purpose of what the church is supposed to be, to lean people towards doing righteousness, to preserve the civilization.
What happens to the church over time?
Corruption.
Corruption.
Yeah.
Because who is running the church?
It just depends. Sometimes it starts off with
No, no,
great.
no, no, no. So in other words, hyenas run the church, right?
No, sometimes it starts off. Well, no,
No,
people
no.
run it,
People run the church, right?
but sometimes it starts off with great people, and
I
then
know, but the thing is, people run the church, right?
yeah,
So people have good and evil in them, right?
yeah.
So the people that run the church have what?
You have good and
Good and
evil.
evil in them. Good and evil in them, right?
Yeah. But
Societies do
what's the difference between
any.
a person that's ruled that's running a church who's a good man, and the difference between another one that's an evil man and sleeping with all the people and taking all their
Yeah,
money?
yeah,
What's
yeah.
the difference? One is feeding the bad part of them. One is feeding the good part.
In other words, there's good and evil in people, right?
Yeah. So that's the
No
human
matter where
condition.
they are, right?
Right. So that's what we have to. That's the ultimate key to gaining back anything that we once had or stopping our destruction.
So, in other words, no matter what church, what religion, what have you, over the past, I'm going to use my word, 100,000 years, the same cycle keeps repeating itself, right?
Yeah, you say that. Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
sure.
So no matter what church it is, I don't know any church that has ever gone through millennium or however long you want to count it without declining and becoming corrupt.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Even the ones that, even the Christian church,
Yeah.
which is mostly what?
Women.
Corrupt,
Yeah.
because it's not doing its job, right?
Exactly.
Exactly.
So if we want our society to go in the right direction, we have to increase our morality and the way that we're living life. We got to live it right.
So in other
I
words, if this is the,
mean, it's needed to have to go to a church because the everybody's born knowing what is right and wrong.
in other words, there's a cycle that you have to go through. You're going to have an up cycle, and
Yeah,
because the universe is balanced, you got to have what on the other side.
you have a down cycle.
So in other words, you're going through a down cycle. You got to work your way through it until you get to what? The rebirth, right? The up cycle again, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it is what it is. That's human. That's
yeah,
nature. That's God. That's the universe.
yeah.
Construction and what on the other side?
Destruction.
Destruction. You create a solar system around the sun that lasts for 5, 10 billion years, or however many years it's supposed to last. And at the end of the day, what's going to happen to it?
And it blows up or whatever. And there's another
It
one.
blows up, whatever, and then it does what? Then the material that that that
Becomes a
that
planet.
blows up, it becomes, and then it starts all over again, right?
Yeah,
Life and death, right?
yeah.
Okay, life. Okay, birth, death, and then what? Rebirth, right?
Rebirth, or you move into another realm.
Whatever,
Yeah,
however you want to put it. If you move
yeah.
into another realm, you died of something and you're reborn something else, right?
Yep.
Just like if you're a Christian, okay, you die to what? Your old self, and you do what? And you are what?
Born to your new self.
We're born to your new self. You're renewed. You go from you go from your original essence, okay, which
Yeah,
which is which is uh the pure word, into the word made flesh, Son
right.
of Man, and then you return to what?
You return to the spirit world or wherever.
The word, the word made pure again, right?
Yeah,
It's your transition. Hopefully, you can transition to being a saint and be a son of man, and transition into the word, into the word made true. But the word made true is a Mason. Word made true. True is a Masonic word. I hope you know that, right?
true. Yeah, I guess I never heard of that, but okay.
Okay. When you make a perfect angle, you do what? That's called what?
You square the angle, right?
Square the angle. What do they call it? Truing, right?
Oh, okay.
You have raw materials. You have a raw block, but you have to make those angles perfect. You have to make that block what? True.
True.
Word made flesh, the material into the material, but you have
Mhm.
to perfect it. The perfection is the word made true. So
Right.
you are basically, if you believe is Gnostic studies or Christian study, whatever you want to call it,
Hmm.
we were born true. I mean, your essence is true, comes in, is made flesh, right?
Right.
So you become word made flesh, you have to become what? The word made true. So that is your mission.
Exactly. Exactly. So if you help people on that mission, then that's more good karma for you. Or if you hurt people on their mission, then it's more bad karma for you. And then whatever you believe happens, you reincarnate or whatever, go to heaven, hell, whatever, then that's based off of your choices that you made in the previous life or the choices that you made in your own life. So it's all about choices. Everybody has ups and downs, but you don't have to go all the way down. You don't have to go all the way down. It's just based off of your choices. Right? So this is the reason why pushing proper living is a good alternative to everything that's going on, as opposed to focusing on technology that's in the hands of evil people. So 9 times out of 10, they're going to use it for evil and not for good, when there's other alternatives. So that was my whole point in what I was saying. Hello? You there? I gotta get ready to go.
All right. We had a computer crash.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We're here.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. So with the religious stuff, looks like we're more in agreement than disagreement. Because I mean, I don't really adhere to any particular doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
I think that all of everything that's right and true is within every person when they're born. I think people are innocent, and you have to be told, you have to be taught really to do wrong. You take any girl that's 7, 8 years old, she looks forward to being married.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. No, you
Yes,
have to be taught to be married. No, you don't. You got to be taught. You got to be taught. That's socialized.
You don't have to be taught to be married.
No, you have to be taught. You have to be taught to be married.
If they see it, then I guess that could be teaching.
It is teaching. Yes, it is. If you don't see it, you don't know it. You don't have to be taught to have sex, because that's already there. You'll figure it out, because that's a hardwired into your body. But everything else you have to be taught. Human beings have to be taught. Human beings can't survive without culture.
Okay,
they have to be taught.
Does a girl have to be taught to like a boy?
No.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about.
That's not marriage.
Being with one person, okay,
That's not natural.
That's that's what every girl thinks about as a child.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
She didn't think. Did you think about being with a girl when you were a child?
I'm talking about girls.
No, I'm talking about you. You're not a girl. How do you know?
Just from observation.
I got two girls. I can tell you that's not true.
Okay, so what were they thinking when it came to relationships?
They just know they like boys. It didn't not one boy.
So they didn't think about one day being married or being with somebody. They just thought about being with.
As they grew older and they started to observe what marriage was, then they're taught that's what they're to look forward to by example.
Okay, so is that more constructive than?
I didn't say that. That has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
They're taught.
All right, so let's move.
Just like you have to be taught to speak.
Okay.
You're hardwired to do it, but if you don't hear language or nobody teaches you to speak, then you will not learn it. And then once you get past 5 years old, you will not be able to speak. Because human beings have to have all those things hooked up, the higher functions hooked up by teaching.
Okay.
They've proven that. That's not even debate. They've proven that.
Okay. So do you think that it's more constructive for a woman to be with one man, father of their children, or multiple in America?
Depends on your environment.
Let's say the black community as it is today.
In this environment, it's more constructive for a man to be assigned to a woman. It'd be more constructive if the family actually arranged the marriage, according to the broken culture that we have. If we fix the culture, you would have assigned marriages, but the women absolutely do not want assigned marriages.
Okay. And you think that because that's been taught to them?
Yeah, it's got to be taught. It's got to be taught. Yeah. Well, marriage has to be taught.
So what about non-marriage? Just sleeping around and having children? That's
natural. That's natural. Yeah. That's going to happen anyway. Who else? If you look at the animal kingdom, do animals sleep around?
I don't know.
Come on, dude.
I haven't studied the animal kingdom. Do they?
Okay. Have you been around dogs?
Not to the point where I've observed their reproductive.
Where do you live, dude? What do you live? You live in the heart of an urban center? What? You never seen a dog?
Yeah, I've been around dogs, but I haven't been around them to the point where I've viewed their reproductive, their sexual.
Come on, man. You've been around. Oh, you never had a dog, right? You never really been around dogs, man.
I've had one dog before, and that was when I was a little kid. And I don't remember what was going on.
Come on. Okay.
but we're not dogs. But what you're saying?
In other words, it's natural for you you have to be taught not to sleep around. That's why you have. If it was natural for people not to sleep around, would you need rules against it?
It's natural for women to lie about that.
So you grew up as a man, wanting to have one woman for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I did actually.
Without being taught.
Yeah.
So you had never had any desire for another woman, period.
No, my desire was always for one woman, one wife. I mean, you could say that I was taught that because I mean I grew up in a regular environment, regular Christian environment. In other words, you've never had more than one woman. Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, not. So have you had more than 5?
I've never had that urge when I was married, because I was married and I didn't have any problems. I didn't have any desire for it.
In other words, you didn't grow up. You didn't grow up and stuck with one woman. I mean, in other words, the first woman you laid down with, that's who you stuck with.
That's what I wanted. Yeah, that's what I wanted.
And saying so once that broke up, you didn't have a desire for any other woman.
Yeah, once it broke up, yeah, of course I did.
Yeah.
That's
your natural state.
But I didn't want to break up though. That's you're saying you're mixing up when people have problems and they break up. I'm not saying
a person's natural state and what is what they've been socialized to do are two different things.
So you're saying it's nature for people to sleep around.
And
it's taught for them to.
For not to because it does what cause problems, right? In society, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
So should we go? Should we go with our nature, or should we go with?
You should go. We shouldn't go with your nature if it's going to be against what's gonna. You shouldn't go against your. You should go against your nature if in the society it's going to make the society better. We do it all the time.
Okay, so for our society, women shouldn't go with their nature.
Do you have children?
If you have children, they shouldn't go with their nature.
Do you have children?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So in other words, if there's something that they want, their natural instinct is to do what?
To try to get it or ask for it.
Try to get it, or try to get it, right? Just go pick it up, right? You have to teach them to do what?
To not.
To not. Or if you have to teach them to do what? If it doesn't belong to them, to do what? Ask for it, right?
Yeah.
Ask for it, because their natural instinct is, I see it, I'm going to go get it, and I want it, right?
Right.
I'm talking.
So I'm asking you, so women should deny their nature in our society?
They have to. If they have to, otherwise you're going to have chaos in society.
Okay.
And chaos is going to reflect back on them, because if they don't control their nature, men don't control theirs, then men are going to do what? Because they're bigger and stronger, they're going to do what?
Beat them up.
They're going to take it, right? They're going to take sex.
Oh, okay.
Majority of men are big enough that they don't have to ask for sex. They can just take it. But is that the right thing to do for society?
No, I mean, I've gone. I don't think my nature is to rape women.
When there are no laws and there are no restrictions, and there's men and women. Say a conquering army comes in, and when there's women, what do the men ask for sex, or do they take it?
They take it.
They take it. So when societal rules break, culture breaks down.
They're demoralized though at that point in time.
It doesn't matter whether they don't care about the other person, do they?
Yeah, because no, they don't, because they're demoralized. But
that's not the point, is it?
It is the point, because you said
no,
I don't think it's their nature. I think they have to be driven to that point. They have to be driven to that point, but their nature, everybody's nature is to do right.
No, it isn't.
I think so.
Right is a relative term.
Unless they've been abused as children, all that type of stuff, then their soul is.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe that. The women's natural inclination that they found out is to sleep around if they can.
They found that out.
Yeah, they've done studies on that, man.
Yeah, they've done studies on that because they've been programmed to do that since the doggone 50s or 60s or whatever. They've been programmed.
Okay. Why do you think there's laws against adultery?
I don't know any laws against adultery.
Really? Okay. You've read the Bible, right? What's part of the Ten Commandments? What are part of the Ten Commandments? What's part of the Ten Commandments?
You're talking about in the Bible or in our society?
In the Bible. In the Bible.
Oh, in the Bible? Because it's a.
No. I asked you a question. Is there a laws against adultery in the Bible?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Because some people probably commit adultery, and it hurts the society and all that type of stuff.
In other words, there's a restriction on what you're supposed to do. You can't follow your natural inclination, can you?
Maybe you can. I can. I mean, I've never committed adultery. I don't
As a
think.
as a group.
Yeah, but see, these things are people already know not to do that in their
No, they
souls.
don't. No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
They do. I mean, it's nobody's nature to go and we're not supposed to. There's laws against bestiality, but I've never in my life had an inclination to have sex with an animal.
You
I don't.
haven't, but you're not the only human being in the world, are you?
I don't know anybody that has.
Why do you think? In other words, okay, let's put it. Let's say.
I don't know anybody personally in my life that I hang out with that
Let
has
me
ever had.
see. Let me see. Let me think of something real quick.
But you're saying that's our nature. I don't think that's true.
Is there a law? Is there a law against jumping off a cliff?
Nope. People do it.
Why? Why?
I don't know, because people jump off buildings and they commit suicide all the time.
I know, but is there a law against it?
Not that I know of.
Why? Why do you think there's not a law against it? It's real simple. It's not. You don't have to think about it.
Well, they figure it's common sense. I don't know.
It's common sense. Most people will not. I would say 99% of the people will not jump off a building and kill themselves, will they?
No, but there's plenty of suicide, so
there's plenty of suicides, but 99%, the vast majority of people will not commit suicide, will they?
I would say this is about the same percentage that will have sex with animals who commit suicide.
No. I'll ask you a question. The 99% of people will not jump off a building, will they?
No.
Because so why do you need to make a law against something that's common sense, right? That people will naturally have an aversion to doing, right?
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. Is there a law against? Is there a law against burning yourself up?
Law against burning yourself up? No, there's not a law against suicide, but people do it every single day.
I know there's not a law against it because what? Most people don't do it, right? So why? Okay. So why do you pass a law?
Most people don't have sex with animals either.
And then why do you pass a law?
To keep people from doing something.
To keep people from doing something they will probably do, right? You got to have restrictions, right?
Yeah, like sex with sheep. That's something that everybody's doing, right?
No, but in other words, if you're a kid, if you're 13, 14, 15 years old and you're horny and you can't get to a woman and you know that having sex with that sheep feels good, most people, once you tell a few other people, a few other guys, what are they gonna do?
I don't know, man. They would probably say
they're gonna have sex. They're gonna have sex with sheep. So you have to pass a law against having sex with sheep.
Yeah, but then you can use that argument with suicide too, man. I mean, people suicide rates increased when musicians started singing about suicide.
Oh, okay, a suicide rate in the United States is what, like 10, 15,000 maybe?
Yeah. So what's the rate of people having sex with their animals?
So in other words, how many people in the United States do you have? You have 312 million, right?
Well, they say a veteran commits suicide every day, right?
What I'm saying is you have 312 million people in the United States, right? 324 million people in the United States, right?
Yep.
So 15,000 people out of 312 million people, that's an infinitesimally small percentage, right?
If that's the real number, that's the number? Because I know
what other number do you have?
I don't have a number.
But well, stop introducing something that you don't have.
So in the beginning, you said that white people are losing their population over suicide, so it's got to be a pretty big number.
I said their population is declining. Their average lifespan is declining because of suicide. Declining, not dropping, declining. It doesn't mean that they're going to be dead. Okay.
So that means it's significant.
It's significant, but the thing is, it's not enough to pass a law. They're basically killing themselves over a whole bunch of other things other than just suicide. Suicide is relatively small.
Okay. Pedophilia is and animal sex is relatively small too.
Pedophilia in this country, as you know it, is what, high, is it not?
It has become high. Yeah.
Come on, dude. They used to eat children.
Okay.
They
Yeah.
eat. They in other words, during the famine, they eat children.
Yeah, because they're already demoralized during that point in time.
No, you're starving.
No.
It's not demoralization. It's starving.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with moral. What do you
Yeah.
think morals are what you're taught to demoralize something to send you back to your native state.
No, morals are the rules that have been set up by God.
Come on, dude.
Come on, now hold
Come
on.
on, dude. Come on, dude. Come
Wait, wait.
on. Come on. We're having a logical conversation.
No, you don't agree with me. You
No,
agree with me.
who teaches what the morals in a society are?
The elders, I guess you could
Your
say.
parents, right? Your parents in society, right? Okay. Okay. At what age is it? What age is it? What age is it proper to have sex with a girl, with a female?
I don't know.
No, I mean according to you, what you know of. I'm not. Don't. I'm talking about what you know of. Your
What do I?
guess. Yeah,
What I?
your guess.
I'd say some in your upper teenage years.
Okay. Yeah, well, give me a number.
Um, I'd say like 18, 19, something like that.
Okay. An adult, right? Where does that number come from?
Just how I feel about it.
Okay. Where'd you learn that from?
Uh, Nobody really. Just based off of what
Observation, right?
observation. Yeah.
You know, from who? From your society, right?
Um, no, not really for my society because they're doing it a lot younger than that. I just
I know
base it.
Okay. I know they're doing it a lot younger, but you think that's right?
No, I don't think it's right because I see
You
it
right?
as
You think it's right for a 25-year-old man to have sex with somebody under 18?
yeah. It depends on the situation.
I'm asking, do you think it's right?
Do I think it's right?
Yeah.
Uh, in a relationship, a dedicated relationship, yes.
Any relationship.
No, not just any relationship. I mean, just somebody that you meet at Walmart. No.
Okay. In other words, in a society where that restriction doesn't exist, which for most of you, for most of human existence, that didn't exist. As soon as that girl was in puberty, she was available to have sex with. Hopefully, you marry them off to control fertility, but
That's
she
the
was
way
available to have sex. Huh?
yeah, that's the way it should be. I mean, I wouldn't say that you should be doing that with today with like 13 and 14-year-olds.
Why not? So, what is it? Who do you know why that number was set up to elevate the age of consent to 18?
Not really. I mean, I've heard.
Okay. When do you finish high school?
Oh, 18. So to get them in the job, stuff like
Yeah.
that.
In other
Okay.
words, what happens to a girl if they marry the family marries a girl off at 12? Do you think she's gonna be educated?
Uh, Depends on what culture. I mean, in today,
In other words, if she starts having kids at 12 years old and 13 years old, do you think she's gonna be educated? For the most part.
no. But see,
No.
I look at science and I don't believe that a girl that young is physically or mentally ready to be a mother.
Bullshit.
I don't believe so.
Bullshit. They've been doing it for millennia. Why have human beings changed that much?
I don't really know. I mean, my grandmother got married at 16, but she wasn't having babies at 12. I think that's a little too young.
Is your grandmother? How about before them?
I don't know. Were they having babies at 12 years old?
Yeah, 12, and it's puberty. When she is in puberty, she's ready to have a kid. That's what nature says.
Yeah, well, we made improvements to that. I don't think that was the best model.
Social. So
Best
the
model.
reason, and when I was in Ghana, when I was in Ghana 10 years ago, and we know that they said inside for the most part inside the city they passed a rule that the age of consent for girls is 18 years old, right?
Yeah.
So we asked why,
Uh-huh.
and they said so that the girls or the women could be fully educated.
Okay.
Because if you didn't, if you married her off at 12 years old, which is the age of consent, when she starts puberty and she starts having children at 12 and 13 years old,
Uh-huh.
she will not get educated. Girls are fully capable of having babies at 12 years old. Your body, there's no restriction on our body from having a baby at 12.
Right, but it's not wise though.
Wise as far as what? Why not?
Because a 12-year-old is not an adult. It's not mentally mature.
According to who?
According to anybody with common sense, man. A 12-year-old is not a mature woman at that point in time.
According to who?
Anybody that's got common sense, man. What do
Now,
you think?
according to our culture, no. You go down to the Mayan culture. In fact, when I was down in Guatemala a couple of years ago,
Yeah.
and and all the hosts, I had a couple of hosts. They were female, and they said, well, in the Mayan culture, or inside the city, they try to keep it strict, but said in Mayan culture, said when the girl turns 13, a man can ask for her.
Yeah, he can, but it's not wise. It's wiser to, if you're going to marry the girl, that's one thing. But then to have her start having babies at that point in time when she's not mature yet, it's just not a wise thing. You need to wait a few years.
So in other words, a 20-year-old woman, it's wise for her to have babies without being married.
No, it's not.
So a 30-year-old woman is wise for her to have a baby and not be married.
I don't think it's wise for them to ever be not married.
So in other words, we're tossing out the whole argument, right?
What do you mean?
We're going to toss that whole age argument about what it's wise to do. Wise according to the culture that you're in.
No, I think wisdom goes across all cultures. I'm pretty sure they have a lot of issues with 12-year-olds having babies.
If a 12, 13-year-old has babies and you live in a communal structure where the babies are going to get raised and taken care of regardless, what difference does it make, right? Whether she's 13 or 30. According to the structure.
I don't know. I mean, what type of societies are doing this that are profitable, that are successful? Not poor societies in the middle of
the Mayans built temples, they built pyramids, they built all kinds of stuff. They were high society and they practiced it then. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Were they really practicing that at that point in time? Or
yeah, that's common. That's common.
Or is that during our downfall?
That's common.
Downfall.
The age of consent being over 18 is a European idea.
Yeah, I'm not saying it has to be 18, but even physically, the body is not ready.
Bullshit.
Just because it can have children doesn't mean that it needs
bullshit.
To be at 12.
Bullshit. According to who?
I mean, they've done studies on that. They've done studies on that too. I guess you don't believe those studies because they don't go against.
It's not optimal, but they've been doing it for how long?
It's not optimal. I don't know. They've been doing it for a long time. I don't know.
The way we live and what the food we eat is not optimal, but we go through life just fine, don't we?
No, not really. And people get all types of diseases, and having babies at 12 years old is going to cause some issues.
Like what?
As opposed to waiting till the girl is, at least 17, 18 before you start having babies.
Okay. According to whom?
Just common sense, man.
It's not common sense. They've been doing it for millennia. What are you talking about?
They've been doing it for a millennia.
Yeah, it's better to have the baby at 13 than to have the baby at 43. You're in far more danger at 43 than you're at 13.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not advocating 43-year-olds having babies, but I'm saying a 12-year-old is not in the condition to have one.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Compare a 20-year-old to a 12-year-old, and tell me which one do you think will be a better mother? What would you say? The 12-year-old?
Which one would be a better mother? Okay, that doesn't mean that she cannot have a child.
I know she can have a child. We're not debating that.
Okay, if
say you want to have children when you're more mature.
Back in the day, when life was much more simple, much simpler. A boy that learned a trade is 13 years old and married a 13-year-old girl were perfectly suited to get married and have kids and all that stuff. They're capable of raising children because they have been taught from the time that they can walk on how to raise a child and run a household.
Exactly. So we're not taught that anymore.
Right? Exactly. According to what? According to our society, right?
Okay.
So a 20-year-old in this society can't run a household, but a 12-year-old in another society is perfectly capable of running a household and raising children.
I have to watch a documentary on that.
Yeah, go watch it, or go watch all you want, but it's done all the time.
Okay, I have to see that. But in our society, we're not in those societies, so let's use wisdom.
We're arguing culture and society against nature.
Right.
Two different things.
There's nothing immoral about being having children, being with the man and being with the woman.
And morality is set by the society.
Saying our nature is to sleep around, rape children, and have sex with animals and all that type of stuff. And I'm saying
raping anybody is immoral. Okay, yeah. because that's violence against another person according to our society. Most societies are against rape and murder, right?
Yeah.
In fact, all societies ban what? Rape and murder, right?
Yeah.
Because it's destructive to the society, right?
Yeah.
It's a moral guideline that's set up, and the only time that happens is when on a mass scale is when the society is broken by somebody else and they don't have the moral inclination set by the society to actually do that, right? So they're raped.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So morality is set by people, not by nature.
It's not in your nature to be a rapist.
Bullshit.
You have to be put to that. You have to be driven to that.
No, you don't. You don't have to be driven to that point.
That's what you just said.
You don't have to be driven to that point.
You just said that happens when society is taken over.
When the moral structure of the society is broken down, that's what happens. Exactly. Morals are built by people, not by nature.
No. Morals are built by nature, by God, because it's cause and effect. Okay. If you have a culture of rape and murder, that's your cause, and your effect. And your effect is your whole society crumbles and it's all messed up.
In other words, if you come in and you murder my brother, what am I going to do to you?
I don't know. What are you gonna do to me?
In other words, if you murder my brother, the most likely thing is for me to come back and find you and kill you, right?
Okay.
Simple Hammurabi's law, right? Eye for an eye, right?
Yeah.
If I rape your wife and daughter, what are you gonna do to me?
Retribution. I'm not sure exactly.
You're gonna kill me, most likely, if you're a man. Okay, you violated me, violated my family. So if I can, I'm going to put you to death, which is exactly what was the penalty back then. It's death, swift. Okay. So in other words, so we can live together in a society. We agree. You're not going to rape my wife and daughter. I'm not going to rape yours. You're not going to kill me. I'm not going to kill you. So now we can work together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we set those boundaries, set those rules.
Yeah, we
And
said
I might be pissed off at you one day.
We set that based off of cause and effect.
Cause and effect, because yeah, it's cause and effect, right?
So that lets you know that there is a universal law of cause and effect, and it had to be created by God because we both agree there's a God. So that means that morality was created by God, because if God set something up and it says that if you do this, this bad is going to happen to you, or if you do this, this good is going to happen to you. And that means it's set up not by us, set up by the universe.
So basically you have to start writing the code of rules of engagement with your fellow human beings.
Yes, and it's based off of the universal law.
Mm-hmm.
It's based off of universal law.
You might not. You might be willing to accept the effect, regardless of the cause. But you have to teach people that morality is teaching people that it is wrong. They have to be taught. They have to be taught. It's not written on you. You have to be taught. So you don't have people trying it. Otherwise, how would you learn it? Okay, I'm gonna learn that raping is wrong because I got killed. That's too late.
Yeah, to sit and say that my nature is to rape women, I know that's not my nature, so I know it's not other people's.
Okay, raping women is doing what? Having sex with them against their will, right?
Right.
Okay.
I've never had that urge, and I don't know anybody that's.
There's a whole lot of people that have that urge. They've just been socialized not to do it. You've been socialized not to do it.
No, I haven't been socialized not to do it, man.
Yes, you have been socialized not to do it. When you learn time, how old were you to learn it was not all right to hit people or not all right to do certain things? How old? You probably don't even remember, do you?
No.
Exactly.
I never had to be socialized to say, hey, it's not all right to rape that person, or it's not all right to go out in the back and have sex with your dog, man. Nobody, if I would have never heard of that law, not to have sex with animals, I never would have had an inclination.
Okay, see, can you say that for the vast majority of people?
Yes.
You can.
Yeah. Unless they've been reduced. Unless they've been reduced, or they've reduced their own spirit.
I tell you, there's laws and there's cops for a reason. And it's been a large city. There are cops for a reason.
Yeah, most of them don't arrest people for having sex with animals. It's mostly drug trafficking.
No. I mean, regardless, there's cops for a reason, because if there was, especially in a large city, if there was not symbols of order, people will regress back to their base nature, and then all kinds of stuff would be on rape, murder, and all that other stuff would be on the table. They found it out. It happens all the time.
Yeah, that's why you build a culture. That's why you build a strong culture.
Exactly what I've been trying to tell you.
Yeah, we're agreeing. Though the only part that we
no, you're not. No, we're not agreeing. You're trying to make this a debate, and it's not a debate because you're dodging.
What am I dodging?
You're dodging. You want to get back to belief. And we're not talking about belief. How do you, in other words, this channel is about building, seeing reality for what it is and not how we believe it to be. Because we want to be leaders and managers and think like one and not think like what you're thinking like, what you've been taught. Because you've never been in a situation where there was no social order and people did what they wanted to do. Then you would know the difference that basically civilization and society depend on a very thin layer of agreement. It's an agreement amongst people, and when the agreement breaks down, then basically it's on like Donkey Kong. And it happens all over the world.
That agreement breaks down because you're going against universal law. So that brings it back to, if it was okay, if it was just, hey, you do what you do, then there would be no consequence. There would be no negative consequence for you doing negative things.
The only thing that used to keep men from raping women is that society decided it was not a good thing to do. Otherwise, it would happen all the time, and women know that. Because the base nature of men is to have sex, regardless of whether the woman is willing or not.
Okay,
You've been
so
socialized. You've been socialized not to do it. Just like you've been just like the example about your child being taught not to take things that didn't belong to him.
right, so it's more constructive for men.
That's not the issue.
It is the issue.
It's not the issue.
If it's more
It's
constructive for
not the
women to
issue.
happen,
We're talking the difference between morality that's been taught and your base nature.
okay, so if we say that raping women is wrong because it will produce negativity in the society, that,
Mm-hmm.
that the rule set that we live in this universe
Mm-hmm.
wants to push you in a certain direction, and the
Mm-hmm.
direction is not to rape people. So
Okay. Okay.
that's moral. That's from the mind of God, the way He created this universe. And if you, I mean, I'm sure
What is the most what's the most heinous crime amongst human beings is to do what?
people are created in God's image, so we have to have that mind in us.
And so you have both minds in you because you have to have free will. You have
Yeah,
God and you have the
and you can
you have
go
the
against the universe, and you can get the
you,
next consequences.
that's how come you have the dialectic because you just talk about the dialectic, right? Right?
Yeah,
Okay. If you know, if amongst the Gnostics, they say if Satan didn't exist, God would have to create him.
right.
Whether you believe, I don't know whether you believe that or not, but if Satan didn't exist, God did create Satan, so we already know about that. But if the opposition didn't exist, God would have to create him, right?
Yeah,
For human beings, right? Why?
because in the universe that we live in, the way that He set it up, it has to be a yin and a yang, positive and negative, so on and so forth.
You cannot have choice if you don't have a choice, can you?
Right.
So you have to have good and evil in you, right?
Yeah.
So which one do you choose?
Which one you
That's
choose? Okay.
that's always been the case in every human being in every human society. So
Okay.
you said thou shalt not kill, right? You believe that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the society is supposed to believe that, right?
Yeah.
They're supposed to practice that, right?
Yeah.
So how can you go over and slaughter 500,000 people that you don't know someplace else across the world that haven't even done anything to you?
Brainwashing.
So as a society, how do you justify that?
As a society, I don't know. I don't justify it. So I know they
And
justify it by people who they have put up on a pedestal, and they worshiping men, and these men tell them that these people are the enemy. So they say, okay, well, it's
so,
justified.
so, so you go against your natural inclination not to kill people.
Exactly.
Okay. So it's possible for that to happen, right?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Sending back down to your base nature. So in other words, how far back does warfare go? Do you think?
It goes back since forever. I don't know.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So you build rules. You build rules not to do that to your own people.
Yeah,
It's
I agree with
illegal to do. It's illegal. We put you in prison for killing your own people, but we give you a medal for killing somebody else's people, right?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's brainwashing and manipulation. Weak minds.
It's all brainwashing, is what I'm trying to tell you.
It can't all be brainwashing because
Of course it is.
the good. If you're following the laws of God, then that can't be
If
brainwashing.
if your mother puts you out in the middle of and to be raised by wolves, who are you going to act like?
Act like the wolves, right?
Like a wolf. You have to be socialized and trained to act like a human being.
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, the child is not going to become a wolf. It's going to have a lot of differences, but
I didn't say become a wolf. It's going to do what? Act like a what?
it'll act like a wolf to an extent.
Because it's been socialized to do what?
To be a wolf. I mean, I don't know if that's a bad example. I don't think that's ever happened before.
It has happened. They've seen it all the time. In fact, there's more than a few cases of it about wolf boy. That's how come they know. There's been lots of cases of wolf children, and that's how they know that once past the age of 5 years old that you cannot learn a language because it's too late.
Now they got the same thing you're saying. They've got people that have been born into families of Luciferians and Satanists, and they've done
That
all
has,
types.
but they're still human beings, aren't they?
Yeah, but here's the thing: they've been born into that, and they've been taught that was right, and then they come out of it and they reject it.
But they're still human beings, aren't they?
Yeah,
They're exposed to other things other than Luciferianism, aren't they?
yeah,
Exactly.
probably, yeah.
Your whole society is not Luciferianism. Because if it was, then we wouldn't be having this discussion, would we?
No.
Okay. Because you've been socialized what to think, what the parameters are, what the rules are. You've been socialized from a very early age.
How can you say that the nature is towards evil if
It's
that
not toward evil. Well, evil is a relative term. What is evil to you? What do you think? What's evil to you?
what will cause destruction? What
In
what
other
what,
words,
what will cause you negative karma in this universe?
okay, what will cause you negative karma in this universe? Okay, who
No,
decides what's negative karma?
the universe.
Okay. So what rules are you supposed to abide by?
The same rules that everybody agrees with on the earth, for the most part.
Everybody doesn't agree with the same rules on the earth.
For the most part.
Not even, you have some basic rules, but
Yeah,
all those other rules that you're talking about, it varies from society to society.
I'm talking about the basic rules, not killing, stealing, and all that, rape, and all that type of stuff. That's pretty basic amongst everybody. That's what I'm talking about. So if a person grows up in a family that they do all that evil, and then they come out of it,
Mm-hmm.
how could you say that their nature is not towards good?
So I would go back to your child. If your child's never been taught that it's wrong to take things that don't belong to him, how will he know that it's wrong to steal?
He's taught.
Hmm?
He's taught.
He's taught. So if you don't teach him it's wrong, it's not wrong to steal, that it's not wrong to steal, how will he know?
He'll see in society, as
in other words, somebody's going to have to teach him that it's not wrong to steal, right?
Yeah,
Was you or society, right?
People are not going to have to teach him not to rape women or have sex with animals. I've never had to teach. I used to be a teacher in school. I never had to teach any of the kids that. I don't think their parents sat them down and said, "Hey, hey guys, I know we have a farm, but you guys can't go out there and have sex with animals."
So in other words, if you're in Florida and there's alligators, then we have to teach you that it's wrong to have sex with alligators.
Exactly, that's my point.
No, do you have to teach people this wrong? Why do you have to teach people that it's wrong to have sex with sheep but not alligators?
Probably because people get killed trying to have sex with alligators.
Exactamundo. So you don't pass a law about having sex with alligators, do you?
Yeah, but how many people actually have to pass that law down to their children?
Really? Because you don't have to, do you?
No, you don't have to, because nobody's.
So, but if you don't teach them, if you have sheep around, most people don't have sheep around, so it doesn't even come up. Okay. But people in societies where
a lot of people have dogs around, and they don't have to teach their children not to have sex with their dogs.
They do teach you not to have sex with dogs.
Oh God. So people that have dogs and they have to sit their children down and say, "Hey kids, you can't have sex with a little rough."
Your society teaches you that it's not right to have. You'd be shamed for having sex with a dog. Society teaches that.
I never have heard of that until I was an adult.
Why do you think they pass laws against it?
Yeah,
I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to get you somewhere, dude. You don't want to go. I know what it is. In the the need to be right. I understand. I understand that.
I understand. But you're ignoring the other things. That all of the thousands and millions of people that have dogs in their house who have never even knew there was a actual legal law that says you can't have sex with animals, and they never
If
have.
you, in other words, why would you pass a law or have a restriction against something that people will not do?
I'm not saying they will not do it, but I'm saying that's a perversion, and that's not the norm.
I'm not. What I'm saying is, if people aren't doing it, why would you pass a rule against it?
I didn't say people aren't doing it. I just said there are some people that do it, but it's nowhere near the norm. That's what I just said. It's nowhere near the norm.
If
Same with suicide.
if why do you think there's a law against pedophilia?
Because again, it's nowhere near the norm, but people were doing it.
If you talk to some people, if you talk to some people, it's a lot more normal than we think it is.
Well, it is today, yeah.
Dude, it's been that way for a long time.
No, it hasn't.
Pedophile.
Compare the percentage of pedophiles to population today that in 1950, it's a larger percentage.
Why do you think back then people didn't commit pedophilia?
Wasn't because it's illegal, because it's still illegal.
Because the folks in the society would kill your ass.
Why? Because they knew it was wrong.
Because it's damaging to the society. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what's wrong.
But that doesn't mean people didn't do it. I'm
not saying they didn't do it, but I know that it has increased. It has increased. Why has it increased? Why has it increased?
Is it logical to pass a rule or a restriction against something people do not do? Yes or no?
I'm sitting here saying that they do it.
No, yes or no?
You think I'm disagreeing with you? I'm saying that they do it.
Well, then in other words, the reason they have laws is because people will do it, and a significant amount of number will do it, and it's damaging, so they pass a law against it.
It's nowhere near the norm.
We got 15 minutes because my grandson is knocking at my door.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, it's nowhere near the norm. Same as suicide. And percentages.
Dude, do your research, man. Do your research.
So you're saying it's always been
it's logical, man. Why do you think they have laws against stuff?
But no, hold on. So you're saying it's always been normal?
Yeah, I mean, it's not normal. What I'm saying is it's normal for people to do it unless you restrict it.
Okay.
People don't have a restriction against sleeping with each other's wives. What are they doing?
So if there was no law against pedophilia, you'd be sodomizing children.
They do well, sodomizing whatever they do, because even back then, back in Rome, man, they were selling their children off as wives. 10-year-olds, they're castrating them.
Yeah, that was going towards their decline. That was the beginning of their decline.
In other words, having sex with children or boys was not illegal back then, man. They did it all the time. It was normal.
Right, and they're trying to make it legal now, right?
They would like to, but they know how damaging the society is. What I'm saying, the thing is, people will tend to do it if you don't restrict it. So I think there's a restriction against it.
There's no restriction against LGBT. They're promoting that.
They're promoting that, but saying it's 10 years ago were they promoting that?
20 years ago, they weren't really promoting it. Now they're promoting it.
There was a restriction against it.
Yeah, in the future, they'll be continuously promoting pedophilia. And then
once you take in other words, if you take off the restriction, do you think there'll be more pedophilia?
Yes.
Yes. But they know that. The reason they know that is because it's happened before.
Right. So why does the number of pedophiles increase in the society?
Because
it's still illegal now. So why has it increased?
Because one is because more people are reporting it, so you know that it's out there more. Two is that the moral restriction against it has loosened. In other words, you might go to jail, you might get caught, you might do some jail time, but nobody's going to drag you out of your house, beat you to death, and chop you up anymore. which is worse, 2 or 3 years in jail or 5 years, whatever it is, in jail, or somebody dragging you out of your house and beating you to death?
Okay. So
Which is
does
more effective? Which is more effective?
being killed is more effective?
In other words, yeah, swift justice is a lot more effective, right?
Right.
Okay. So in other words, if you were a pedophile, if you were thinking about being a pedophile back then, the penalty was a whole lot worse getting caught, right?
Right.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter whether there was a law against it or not. There was a social law against it, and justice was swift against it, right?
Right.
Which is a whole lot less now than it was back then.
Right.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So if people didn't do it, you wouldn't have need a restriction against it. So once you take the restriction off, guess what?
I'm not
People
arguing
do.
that. I'm not arguing that people don't.
So in other words, what you're arguing is, what you're trying to argue is that it's natural for people not to do it, and I'm telling you that's bullshit. Because it's proven that it's not, because you have laws against it. For a long time, you have laws against it, so it's bullshit. People have to be socialized not to do it, and sometimes socialization comes with heavy penalties.
Okay.
So what we're trying to get here is put the bullet. Go ahead.
Do you or anybody that you know or hang out with, do you guys have desires to have sex with prepubescent children?
With prepubescent children?
Yeah.
Me, no, because I've been socialized not to have sex with prepubescent children, right?
Because you've been socialized.
Yes. Did your parents teach you? Did you have parents to teach you was wrong to have sex with underage children, or did society teach you that?
My parents didn't teach me. I never
Society taught you. You never thought about it, but you know it's wrong, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah.
Do you think so? Even though you didn't do it, you think it's wrong for somebody else to do it, right?
Yeah.
And majority of the people that you know think it's wrong for somebody else to do it, right?
Yeah. And
you've been socialized not to do it.
Right.
So in other words, if you've been socialized not to do it, and if somebody wants it to happen or think that they want it to happen, what are they doing? They socialize you in the opposite way, right?
Right.
So in other words, human beings by nature, by their very nature, are built to be socialized, to figure out what's right and wrong. They have to be taught. They have to be socialized, they have to be shown, taught, and has to be reinforced by the society. It is what it is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's culture. So in other words, basically, if you agree with it, then the discussion is over. Then you see what I'm talking about. So the discussion is over. Anything else you want to talk about? Because we got about 10 minutes.
Okay. Do you think that people also, since their nature is to do that which is wrong, do you think that that our nature is also to do that which is right?
Yes, flip of a coin.
Yes, what?
It's the flip of a coin, and it depends on the situation that you are in.
So you say we have a good nature and we have a bad nature.
Yes, we do.
And whichever one that you feed, that's the one that
That's gonna dominate. Yeah.
Okay, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
That's where your culture comes in.
Yeah. I was just thinking that, it just seemed like you were saying that we're all just completely immoral and filthy.
Morality changes from society to society.
Besides the basic rules, the basic laws are for everybody, every society.
It has been the agreement amongst most human society. Those are the basic rules.
Yeah, those are the basics. So, but you're saying that the nature of a person when they are born, they have the good and they have the bad. But it's not just all. It's not just all bad. It's not just all want to rape, kill, and murder.
It's situational, and it's determined by the society that you grow up in. Because people can teach you that it's all right. It's bad to kill. Like I'm saying, if you're a soldier, you're raised as a soldier, you can be socialized to not kill the people in your country, to keep people in your society. But you can go 6,000 miles away. You can mow down 400 or 500 people and not think anything about it.
Yeah, but then there's plenty of people who, without being told, they just feel something is wrong in their soul, and they want to get out, and they go and they speak about it. And where does that come from? If in country, people have done it.
But that is a what, tiny minority of people, right?
Yeah, it's a tiny minority, but it's well, it's bigger than you would think. You know,
it's a tiny minority of people.
You would think, but that would still say that there is a nature in human beings.
How do you socialize? How do you socialize 400,000 people to charge a machine gun nest because your natural instinct is to do what? Is to protect yourself, preserve yourself, right? How you socialize 400,000 people to lay down their lives for whatever cause, right?
Yeah, you have to make them believe.
You have to socialize them. So in other words, if you can convince 400,000 people to lay down their lives to charge a machine gun nest,
yeah,
and not protect themselves, that means the vast majority of human beings get their cues of what's right and wrong from the society and not natural.
Okay, but if you have those people that come out,
there is no but. We can go further and further back.
Because you just agreed that there's people that go into that, they're brainwashed to go and kill, but then when they go and actually do it, some of them, the small minority that you said, there's something inside of them without having to be told that they're doing wrong. They know that they're doing wrong.
Okay, in this United States, are we taught that it's bad to go kill a fellow human being in your society?
In our society, no.
Yeah, we're not taught. Okay, in our society, we're taught not. We're taught it's okay to go kill you. No, I'm not talking about soldiers. I'm talking about a regular human being, right?
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about, soldiers.
No, wait a minute. A regular human being. We are taught, you are taught, I am taught, everybody's taught that it is wrong to go steal and kill your neighbor, right?
Yeah.
Is there a small minority of people that do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do they feel inside of them that it's wrong to do it?
Yeah, probably most of them.
They feel inside that it's wrong to do it.
Yeah, but they still might do it because they're hungry or something.
Even ones that are not hungry. There's a minority of people that don't feel it's wrong to kill somebody else.
Yeah, their soul's gone. Yeah.
No, they just who are who they are. Just like there's a tiny minority that won't follow social cues and charge a machine gun nest or kill somebody in battle, right?
What do you attribute that to?
In other words, there's going to be outliers on either side, right?
Yeah, but what do you attribute that to? It has to come from within.
It's called the flip of a coin amongst human beings, right?
Coin.
Yeah.
It has to come from within. That comes from within. If you're going against what you've been socialized to.
So in other words, if it's been hardwired from nature for human beings not to kill each other, how do you explain to people that murder people every year?
How do I explain people that murder people every year?
Yeah. How do you explain them?
They murder them. What do you mean?
In other words, it's wrong in all our social cues in society. Right as we speak, in the United States says it's wrong to take a life of another person. Right?
I mean, they let whatever.
I asked you a question.
Yeah, I'm answering it. They let whatever.
No. It's yes, right? Because you know it. It's yes, right? We taught that, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so in other words, if we teach every child it's wrong to steal and kill another human being, and there's some people that still do it, in other words, it's a double thing. They're going against what society teaches them and what's in their hearts naturally, right? So how come they still do it? Because they have a double restriction.
Because they're feeding their lower nature. They're feeding their evil in them.
Yeah, exactly.
Bingo. Yeah, I never disagree with that, but I'm asking you.
We'll stop disagreeing.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I've agreed with you that a million times. But
now you know, dude, we got people in the audience that are laughing. Okay, I've done this before. You're not the first person. You're not the first person. You think you're unique. You're not the first person for this to happen to. All right.
question.
I'm, I'm okay. What? Okay, you got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes from. I spent way too much time with you already. 5 minutes.
Okay, so where does that come from when a soldier that's been socialized to kill other people in other countries and be fine with it, but yet something inside of him tells him that it's wrong and he turns away?
Because because you've been socialized in your society that it's wrong to kill a human being, right? In your society, right?
Yeah, but we just got through saying.
Wait, hold on, wait, let me finish. Right. So for you that have for the most, hold on.
Dominating, man.
Hold on. For most of your life, you've been told it's wrong to kill, right?
Not the enemy.
No, you have never been to war. You have never been to war, right?
Right.
From time you were born to the time you get old enough to pick up a rifle, right? You've been taught it is wrong to kill a human being, right?
Unless you're a military person, you can kill the enemy.
So they have to re-socialize you to do what?
Well, in society, we're taught that we can kill the enemy if we're in the military.
So they have to so the military basically if you study military training, they have to re-socialize you to do what? That it's okay to kill somebody else in another uniform, right?
Right.
So
which is what we see in movies.
So you're asking a person that has been trained that it's wrong to kill, except in this instance, is it going to take for everybody?
Yeah, because they go over and they do it, and after they do it,
is it going? So you ask? Okay.
Listen, I'm talking about people who have killed, and they've in their head they believe that they're doing what's right, and they go over there and they kill, and then something tells them this is wrong. They've grown up as a child watching war movies. It's okay to kill the enemy because they're trying to kill you. That's socialization. And then they go over and they still have to be trained to kill people and continuously kill people. And then they go over and they actually do it, but something tells them to not do it.
So in other words, you get.
So where is that coming from?
Because you're not listening to yourself. Listen to yourself. In your society,
where that comes from?
I'm getting ready to tell you. You're going to keep talking. You want me to tell you?
You keep saying society, but society says we can kill the enemy in war.
So in other words, you're getting a dual message, right?
And they're both the same. You can kill enemy.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not the same. How do you rectify that as a human being? That it's okay to it's wrong to kill this human being, but it's wrong to kill another human being. How do you rectify that?
You socialize them and tell them that they're the enemy.
How do you as a person, how do you rectify that?
You socialize them and tell them that they're the enemy, and they
how you as a person, how do you rectify that?
And me as a person.
Yes.
What do you mean?
In other words, you're taught that it's wrong to kill. That's where you grow up. It's bad to kill. Killing is bad, right? And then they had to socialize you into do what? Killing another human being that's wearing a different uniform.
You're ignoring the fact that
I'm not ignoring. I'm trying to get you to understand something. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, and you're not listening because you don't want to accept it.
No, I am trying to accept it.
You asked me where does it come from? I'm telling you where it came from, but you don't want to accept that.
Saying it comes from society, right?
In other words, you're getting a dual message. So which one do you think is going to be the right one in your mind? Which one are you going to accept?
Okay, so why can't you agree with me that we are taught that it's okay from childhood to kill the enemy if it's another country?
You are, but what are you also taught? What are you also taught?
Not to kill your own people.
So in other words, not to kill a human being. So in other words, you have to rectify that because they're giving you a dual message.
No, if they're telling you that it's okay to kill other human beings as long as they're your enemy in another country, then that doesn't mean.
Do you know how soldiers are trained?
Yes, I do.
They have to be socialized during their training to kill the enemy because it goes against their what they were taught as a child. It goes against it. They have to be re-socialized. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And there's going to be a conflict.
Okay, so they're going with socialization is the reason why they decide to stop killing people, but nature is the reason why they go and kill people.
Nature, you kill people. You kill people. You kill for certain reasons. One is for self-protection, or to gain something.
But if you're saying it's natural for people to kill,
people, it's natural for people to kill. Yeah, it is.
That's their nature. But then soldiers have to be socialized into killing.
Because you have socialized them to not to. As children, you socialize them not to.
Right. Because it's their nature to kill. Right.
Because under certain conditions, yeah, it's your nature to kill.
But a soldier, when he decides that he wants to stop killing, that's not his nature.
When he decides that he wants to stop killing, then he's acting on a different kind of socialization.
So, but that's not nature, though. So nature is all evil, and then everything that's good.
I didn't say nature was all evil. Nature has its own rules. The thing is, we put rules on top of that.
But you're saying that can't be his nature if he decides on his own will that he doesn't want to do this anymore. That can't.
He has a free will. But the thing is, you asked me, where does it come from?
But it's not his nature. That can't. Can it be his nature?
Can it be? You asked me where it came from.
Okay. You said this is a socialization. So now I'm asking this different question. Can it be from his nature?
Can it be from his nature? You have what? You have both what? You have both good and evil, right?
Yeah, I'm asking, can it be from his nature?
It can be from his nature.
Okay.
And for him to kill can be from his nature also, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay.
In other words, because you have both sides, right? You got 1 minute. You got the floor. You got 1 minute, and I got to go.
You're highlighting the negatives of nature, but you're not giving any attention to the positives. And
no, you got 1 minute. That's where you want to waste your minute, because I can't answer it.
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you what you're doing. You've been highlighting all of the negatives that you say is natural, but then you're not giving any credit to those things that are positive that people do, and you're giving that to socialization instead of the human spirit and the human nature. And I think it's the other way around. I think it's more of people have more of a positive nature when they're born, and they have to be more socialized into negativity. They do have a negative nature. I'm not denying that.
Okay, you got 30 seconds. Yeah.
I think it's more that they are socialized into negativity, but you think it's more they're socialized into positivity. So our thought process is reversed on how a person is born. I think they're born more good than they are evil, and you think they're born more evil than they are good. That's it.
All right. All right. I think I've given you more than enough time. Do you think that you've gotten your point across?
Yes.
You think I've been fair to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I want to know.
Yes.
All Absolutely. Right. All right. I will bid you adieu.
All right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.